So once you have the right person up there, and I thank God because I have the blessings of the governor to implement a few things here and there. His Excellency Mutula Kilonzo Jr. And one of the challenges I've met, I'm a medical doctor, I've been in leadership in organizations before, but you quickly realize that you need the right people in the right place. We thank Kenyatta National Hospital for lending us Madam Martha Monyao here. Because when I realized that I need the county hospital managed differently, we actually looked to recruit a CEO as opposed to the traditional medicines, the senior most doctor getting that position. And you know, we are all doctors. I mean, I can see many of my colleagues here. We are not really properly trained unless you have a special interest in management. And it even irritates some of us to be brought those things to sign and look at those vouchers. And so let's accept that we need the right person in the right office. That's the first thing that I have had to convince myself and our people. And if you allow me at the end, if you will give her 2 minutes of my time, she will actually say what she has done in the 1 year, 3 months that she has been in the hospital, the main hospital in the county. The staff are often forgotten. We have had to unlock a number of injustices that were there in terms of promotions, in terms of their welfare. Right now, as you speak, and Mother will tell you that she's just come from the Kenya School of Government doing a strategic leadership and development course together with about 20 other members of my staff. We facilitate them to get empowered with the skills that are required, because you don't send people to war without the necessary tools to fight. And then now, once you've done that, then the kiboko is also very necessary. They know that we are watching, and there will be, repercussions if you don't deliver. But the message has to be very clear. It has to be clear to me, and I have to communicate it clearly to them. What exactly do I expect in terms of the outcomes, service delivery?
Thank you, Dr. Musila. We can have.
Yeah, thank you once more. And I'm glad we are now discussing the human resource component, because sometimes institutions may focus on everything else and forget the people actually delivering the care. But when it comes to staff, and for example, in Faraja, we have a lean staff, but we have a large army. I call it really an army of very committed volunteers and interns, people who just want to give back. The you and me who want to give back. Professionals, dietitians will give us 6 hours a week. A psychologist will give us 10 hours a month. Another expert to give us, X number of hours, pro bono, pro bono. And people, they're not people you'll even see shouting about it on social media. So even when we get those volunteers, whether they are from college or whether they are professionals running their own clinics, and even when we engage staff, I think the critical component for us is the onboarding, the orientation. How do you get them on board? What do they learn when they step into the organization? Do they understand the ethos of the organization they're about to volunteer for, or they're about to work in? How do we do stuff around here? How do we talk to patients? How do we engage patients? What do we do with what we hear from the patients? So right at the word go, getting them right from induction is very, very important. And that is what we do, ensuring that they're just well-tuned so that we have a shared vision, not just as an organization, but also a shared vision with our consumers, with the patients. They need to share what we are about, because we do not want our staff pulling in one direction, but our patients want something completely different. So we make sure that all of us, including our staff, volunteers, and patients, as well as our leadership, the board of trustees, share the same vision, that the patient is at the heart of the matter.
As we continue, we want to recognize our team lead in KNH. Let's give an applause for our director, senior, who is in the house. Thank you so much. Mr. Omweri, would you like to give a comment on engaging staff and also motivating them?
Thank you so much. Elements, if we have to deliver quality safe care that is patient-centered. So I wouldn't want to repeat the points my colleagues have just mentioned, but just to echo, ongoing training is critical because we will find there are quite a lot of changes within the healthcare system and the dynamics keep on changing now and then. So that is a very critical element because that will help empowerment of our staffs so that they are able to deliver that patient-centered care. Of course, there is the issue about recognizing those who perform well, because he mentioned about Kiboko, and I know that is more about performance management. So even those who do well, we need to recognize them, and that is critical. That is very important because we have to reinforce behavior that is patient-centered, because when that is done, that will keep the organization pushing towards that direction, that everyone is aligned to the vision of the organization. And finally, it's very important to allow your staff bring on board ideas. I know he mentioned about leadership. And when we have an empowered team, where everyone feels they are important, they will be able to ideate. They'll be able to bring innovative solutions that can be able to change and even improve patient care. And finally, there is the issue about, it's getting off, but thank you.
Want to appreciate Dr. Kinuthia in the house, one of our team leads in KNH. Thank you so much. Okay, I would like to ask one more question for everyone, and then I'll go specific after that. One more question. What specific strategies does your institution use to keep staff motivated and happy under difficult conditions? When you're having difficult conditions, how do you keep your staff motivated and engaged? Just 1 minute each, please, because we've already said a lot on that.
Thank you. I mentioned earlier about the feedback that we occasionally get from our clients. Sorry, I keep on calling them clients, not patients, and I define it that way. Because many times you'll actually get the complaints not from the patient himself or herself, but the people who have, escorted that patient. Staff will feel harassed. I have to be there. I have to, at times come in and actually tell them, no, you're doing a good job, just continue. And there are times when they feel demotivated, they have not been promoted, they have not, attended the necessary trainings that are required. It is my duty to actually go and bag tables in the places where I sit and ensure that resources are actually allocated appropriately towards the staff welfare that is supposed to happen. So, yeah.
Thank you for that comment, sir. Mr. Makumi?
Yeah, thank you. I think the issue of motivation is something that would be ongoing. It's not something you plan to do quarterly or to do every 6 months. Whether it's a daily compliment, whether it's celebrating a birthday, which we do, and I just don't know how staff figure each other's birthday, but we always surprise the birthday people with a cake or with something and a little song. It may seem mundane, but it means a great deal to staff. So the ongoing feedback, compliments, thank yous, good morning, you look great, you've done a good job. We believe that is a very, very important process, as opposed to a one-off event to do. Of course, they participate in the numerous fun events that we have, like rafting, and we welcome you guys to be part of that kind of fun. But just being proud of what they do, and also knowing that they're making a meaningful difference in the lives of people touched with cancer. You know, cancer is very, very stressful. It's a very difficult area to work in, day out, hearing very, very sad stories. One of the things we do is what we call debriefing, professional debriefing. We actually run some debriefing programs right here for the cancer treatment center staff, where you need to have a professional come and help you pour it out, you know, is when you just push to the wall. So that is an important part of ensuring their mental health is looked after.
Thank you so much. Most of the points have been brought on board by my colleagues. I'll just echo about the value-based environment whereby everyone feels valued. You know, when the environment is very toxic, sometimes you may find there is a lot of work and, you know, people can feel they are cornered and they just want somebody to listen to them. So when we embrace our cultures that can be able to promote that, that can be one way to help staff navigate during challenging situations. And of course, also trying to onboard resilience sessions whereby they can learn on how to become resilient and appreciating them, just as my colleague have said. Thank you so much.
We are now moving on to level 3. And here we are looking at leadership and transformation and resource management. I'll go straight to Makueni County. As you adopt the digital transformation in healthcare across the whole county and in every facility, how do you manage change without making staff feel like they are being replaced?
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, it was one of the things that hit me is when I got into office is that I have 242 facilities, and I really, if I were to walk into each single facility, it will take me the 5 years, and I probably will not even be able to have stepped into each. It's not like Kenyatta where you can walk in all the corridors and see. But then we quickly discussed and felt if I can have the county facilities in my laptop, I am able to, you know, in an integrated way, then it will be easy for me to see what is happening in each hospital just from my laptop in various aspects, management parameters. And that is what we engaged in. Sold the idea to the governor and he bought into it, and we quickly actually engaged service providers, and we have a system now that is integrating my facilities. I know the government, the national government actually is also now in that idea, but we are slightly ahead. Now the digital transformation that is about to happen with the digital agency is actually basically following the same line where we are going to have the digital superhighway. So that the staff are not threatened about that. They don't feel threatened about being replaced. They're actually more afraid of the big brother syndrome. I'm watching them now from anywhere because I can just see what is happening in a facility, even if I'm not visiting. Previously, they would be afraid when the 17 CG, the big vehicle walks into drives into the gate, through the gate. But now they know that I'm watching and they actually deliver. And I think I have a good team on the ground who are now have accepted that. And especially when it comes to issues of financial, management, that is usually a big issue in the places where I work in. And in all the counties, I would tell you. So the accountability in terms of stopping all the cash payments and ensuring everything is M-Pesa and it's linked to the banks, and you can actually visualize all the monies as they are coming in, that has been a game changer. The staff have adopted and we are good.
Thank you, Dr. Musila. Faraja Cancer Trust, how can hospitals support and engage patient advocacy groups to design and deliver healthcare services in more innovative, flexible, and patient-centered way?
Yeah, thank you very much. And us who are non-state actors, and I can actually see my good friend Gikonyo there, the Vice President of the Non-Communicable Diseases Alliance, big voice for patients and for improving healthcare systems. So those of us who work in the space who are One, of course, is to champion the patient's voice. In as much as we are talking about patient-centeredness, the patient voice sometimes does get muffled, in the hustle and bustle of a busy institution. The patient voice may not necessarily be heard or their contribution appreciated. And that's why organized groups like the Alliance or the Kenya Network of Cancer Organizations and other civil society movements are there to champion that voice, to ensure that it doesn't get forgotten in whether it is in policy, decision making, or even in systems design, that there is a patient representative or a representative of the consumer in whatever we are doing. It's simply asking patients, even say a new building is coming up, may have a contribution to say about the colors they would like to see. Sometimes you may feel, oh, the interior design guy needs to say, but it may just be patients who may tell you, oh, we don't like this kind of pictures. I remember in my previous life years ago, patients saying there's a painting that is giving them nightmares. And we thought it is a beautiful painting, an abstract painting, expensive, which was donated with a lot of pomp and fanfare in that hospital. And the patients just didn't like it. They felt, oh, hii shindwe, hii picha, and well, everybody else thinks, yeah, this is great. So it's important to ensure that their voices are heard, and that is the role of non-state actors. The other thing we have a role in is also ensuring what we call social accountability. We said we are aiming to be the very best. We have just sung, for example, ni haki yako kupata matibabu bora. Someone needs to say, yeah, you sang that, you said that. So we, as civil society organizations, is actually to say, well, it came from you. You said you are going to do A, B, C, D. How far are you with this? So it's an important role to ensure it gets done. But of course, we have a role to work as collaborators and partners to ensure that we are all going the same direction. We are not adversaries, we are partners. We have great partnerships, say, with Kenyatta here, great partnerships with KU, and great partnerships with various public hospitals. Like in MTRH, they actually give us physical office space as Faraja, lease free. So because they appreciate the contribution that we are making in empowering patients and making things better for all of us, because we are also patients, aren't we? If we are not, we will be at some point, and we want great services. I submit.
Voice, patient's voice, patient's voice. Metropolitan Hospital, in what ways has the hospital leadership invested in people infrastructure and systems needed to deliver sustainable patient-centered service? How have you invested in the people, in the infrastructure and systems that ensure that we give sustainable patient-centered services?
Thank you so much. I would say those are very critical pillars in delivering patient-centered care. Hospitals can never run without people. You need people from the highest level to the lowest level. So for Metropolitan, they have invested in people by ensuring, number one, they have the right knowledge, they have the right attitudes. And on a daily basis, we have continuous learning, including even the watchman at the gate, including even the cleaner that washes the wards, because that is a critical thing. Because for you to be able to work as a team, remember, teamwork is important. And when a patient comes and when one of the team members doesn't respond well, it will be branded, it is the hospital. So investing in people is very critical. So that has really happened, and everyone is valued. Everyone has a voice, whether he's a cleaner, whether he is the highest manager in the whole facility. Everyone has the right to work in the CEO's office, and they can be heard. The second thing is about infrastructure. Metropolitan has really invested heavily on infrastructure, because delivering patient-centered care infrastructure is very critical, because you must have infrastructure that supports patient-centered care. And that simply means you must have the equipment and all the processes and all those things in place. And finally, when it comes to the systems, Metropolitan is among the leading hospitals in Kenya in the utilization of digital platforms, especially electronic health system. And that is something that has really helped us to ensure efficiency, among other things. Then another thing, we have policies in place, and all those are systems that ensure that we are able to deliver patient-centered care. Thank you.
Maybe for those comments, I want to take the opportunity to recognize some patients who are with us. If you're our guest patients, we really appreciate you. Let's appreciate them for being in our midst. This is our guest of honors today. It is their day together with us. And at this time, I would like to take one or two questions. If you have a burning question, we can take one or two questions, and then we'll go to the closing session. A question from the audience or even from the patient? Anyone? Are we learning? Okay, if you have a question, then I think, Anne, we can take the last portion. Yeah, we can also check if there are questions online. And therefore, as we take this opportunity to recognize you are joining us online, feel free to speak the questions, to write the questions there. Someone is tracking them and we will respond.
Thank you very much, David, for your work on the cancer care. And Faraja Trust has not been ignored in KNH. It's just that you probably have to be more visible and engaging. I work with the medical students, and they have a few things they keep on doing with the cancer patients. Some of them have linked up with the breast cancer patients, for example, and have knitting clubs which go on every month. Others visit the pediatric units and the likes. And out of this little work that you're doing as well, some of the consultants within the hospitals have set up quietly something to support all this work that goes through. Cancer care is fairly expensive. And of course, as you say, you require a lot of support, not just the medical care and critical inputs, but also the support from the rest of the people. That was my comment. Thank you.
Professor, you want to?
Yeah, thank you very much. And we have been getting great support, even from the medical students. The Warrior Grow organization, we do reach out, and we are very big on partnerships. We can't do some of these things alone. So we do appreciate the support. And we've even had the opportunity to talk to even the registrars and the fellows who are pursuing gyne-onc, med-onc, and clinical oncology, just so that we are all aligned in what we are doing here in Kenyatta National Hospital. So we do appreciate the support we've been getting, and the collaborations that, and the fact that we are listened to and action is always taken. Asante.
Stronger. Thank you so much for that linkage. Any questions online? Okay, so we proceed with the next session. And the next session, we want to cover the patient and family involvement. I want to go straight to Metropolitan Hospital. How is your hospital aligning its services to better meet the needs and expectations of patients and their families?
Metropolitan is very vocal, especially when it comes to patient-centered care, and every patient is valued. I remember there was a Chinese who was once
Recurring sound issue.
Well,
Kindly patience.
but things have changed. The healthcare system, both at facility level, even at National Cancer Institute of Kenya, was work, for example, here in Kenyatta or in other facilities. We know we are not the only moved from an adversarial kind of to one of partnership and co-creating. We are not there yet, but certainly we have made headways. There's a movement called Our Views, Our Voices, that seeks to also amplify the patients' voices. And it's important that institutions do this intentionally so that it's not having the non-state actors appearing like they're only pushy, but we should be intentional in our engagements so that we have more constructive engagement. But so far, I think I would commend especially the major hospitals. There's been a lot of change in terms of accepting.
We continue to recognize our guests that are trickling in. We have a few questions online, and we would like to take those ones. The online questions, if you can read them out, Anne.
Dr. Samora? All right, we have an anonymous online participant asking, how best do you engage patients in governance and decision-making in your institutions? How best do you engage patients in governance and decision-making in your institutions? Thank you.
Maybe you can read several if we have others.
That's all we have for now.
So each one of us can take a minute, please. Whatever your colleague has said, you don't have to repeat.
Thank you. Each of the facilities that in Makueni County have a management committee composed of citizens from that locality. So they are actually the ones who oversight the operations in the facility. So that's a structure which is very strong, and they're able to actually make sure that the citizens in that locality get the best care. We are very strong also in public participation forums in Makueni County. And my people, the sub-county teams, sub-county MOHs and their teams have to attend the public participation forums. Even if people are going to discuss water or going to discuss budget, someone from the Department of Health has to be there because those issues will come up and they will be basically addressed. Other than now, the other structured feedback mechanisms that we have in the facilities in terms of suggestion boxes, in terms of the numbers that we display in every facility, call this number, and in terms of the regular customer satisfaction surveys that we conduct in the facilities.
Thank you, Dr. Musila.
Yeah.
Mr. Makomi.
Yeah, thank you very much. And for us, we don't look as a patient as a single unit. It's very, very easy as healthcare, the healthcare system, essentially, to look at the disease in the patient, as opposed to the patient who has a disease, who may have a colon cancer. So very easy to just say, there we are seeing a lot of colon cancers, but those colon cancers are people with a face, with a family, with a social structure. And one of the things that we do is also engage their caregivers. We have a very, very robust caregivers, appreciating that this patient is not caregivers support group, so that where the patients cannot talk, the caregivers can give contribution. We also intentionally proactively seek to get their feedback, especially the caregivers who are also observers. So the caregiver, the patient may be too sick or may be overwhelmed, but caregivers are also important observers, and they do give very valuable input of how they see their care being taken. Of course, the patient's voice is important, but it's important to appreciate the role of the bigger support system around the patient and the contribution that they make in improving governance and accountability. I submit.
Thank you so much. For me, I would say engaging patients, especially in governance and decision making, is very critical, because without understanding what they value, without understanding what are their preferences, you cannot be able to meet their needs. And for them to appreciate that they feel they belong and they are loved, and for them to move even to self-esteem and even self-actualization, it's important to listen to them and even provide their needs. So what we often with patients, and that basically helps us to engage them, and even we incorporate their decisions in their care. Another critical thing is collecting of feedback from them, and even implementing whatever decisions they have brought in place, and even appreciating them, and we involve them and even appreciate them in our word, and just to echo that their voice matters. Thank you.
This time, we want to appreciate the session that we've had. Dr. Musila, thank you so much for what you have taken us through. Mr. Makumi David, Mr. Omweri, we are grateful that you came. And all of us that have engaged in one way or another, we are very appreciative, including even those of you that are watching us online. We are happy to come to the end of this session. Unless there's a burning question, we would like to end now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this esteemed panel. Thank you, Dr. Makumi. Thank you, Geoffrey Mugembe. Thank you, Dr. Musila, for that very interactive session. Keynotes. Some notes to carry home, what I have heard from this team. One is patient-centered for outcomes, for good outcomes for our patients. We also want good experience for our customers, for the staff and the people who deliver care. We need to empower them. They need to feel supported, and they need to be engaged. Continuous training. And finally, to the community, public participation. Please give them a round of applause. We have patients with us. We have patient advocates with us. We have carers. We have caregivers, healthcare workers, and all of you are partners, and we collaborate to provide this care that is so much needed, quality healthcare. Now, I will request Health Focus, Emily Omari, to come and give us a small talk on quality and the relationship of patient-centeredness with that. She has supported us in several occasions. This time she supported us to do patient, which we will put it out there for you to see, the rights, the patient rights charter. And so, Emily, you can take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning now, a proper one, good morning. Thank you, Kenyatta Hospital, the leadership, the planning of patient affairs team for the invite. My name is Emily Omari. I trained in Kenyatta, I'm a registered nurse. I did health management, I'm doing health economics. I'm a certified professional in healthcare quality and wide experience in nursing, leadership, quality, even communication. Now, I represent Health Focus Quality Network as the CEO, co-founder, and I support organizations in training and having their professional competence in matters quality, supporting in putting basics to the end, and even presenting for accreditation. So there is one question I like posing to every one of us. Now, how many of us have ever found themselves admitted in an hospital, not to give birth? You are sick and you are in that bed. Just lift your hand if you have ever found yourself there. We bless the Lord for those who've never found themselves in that ward. Now, I want to tell you to lift your hand. When you look back in that hospital bed, what do you remember most? That you are so happy, and what do you remember most? That you are so annoyed with it. I don't know whether I'll have a second or a minute for somebody to give a slight feedback. Something you remember so well and something you really wished they got feedback. And when you were meant to give feedback, did you give genuine feedback, or you just said, let me just go home? Because we do that so often. Do we have anybody to give us a bad feedback and a good one? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
One bad feedback, let me start with the bad feedback, is that you just feel, especially now as a service provider, you feel your dignity has been taken away, ripped off. And it's like now you are on the table. You feel like you are no longer a service provider. But the feedback, which is an experience, a case where you are supposed to go for a procedure, medical procedure, you know how stressful that is to everyone. And then you find someone, an anesthetist, coming, assessing you, and talking to you about what it is all about and how it entails. That is so reassuring. Thank you.
Awesome. Clap for our volunteer. That's excellent. One thing that he's happy about is patient involvement in the care. Why are you telling me what that is, what time you're coming again? Why are you waking up at 6 a.m. to ask me how I slept and tell me to go back to sleep again? Why are you doing things without really telling me what you are doing? And the bad experience is you have become a statistic. In fact, at the end of the day, how many patients do we have? 10. How many are transferred? 1. How many? It makes you a data and not a patient. So that is why we are removing the quality from the boardrooms to the ground. We don't want an organization to be accredited or certified, but the patient cannot experience that certification. That's our end goal. So again, we partner with various organizations, which I want to present right now, because our theme is creating solutions for affordable patient-centered care. And each one of us right now, you need to ask your mind yourself, what is this solution I'm offering? Personally, as a nurse in an A&E, or as a director in the boardroom, or as a communication person communicating in regard to patient, or a person collecting feedback concerning the patients we are seeing. PCC, we call it patient-centered care standard, ranges from getting into the hospital, giving consent to be seen. Others can refuse not to be assessed. There is nothing you're going to do about it. You give them a LAMA, leave against medical advice, and it is okay. Do not feel condemned. I used to feel so bad that a patient has gone home and they have signed. It is fine. It ranges from there to the consent to organ transplant, to a consent towards assessing the patient, to a area you involve a patient who does not want to sleep in that bed and they want a different one. Involve them, then we will be a hospital. If today you are going to Nairobi Nakuru Highway and you have an accident along the road, are you comfortable getting to a nearest hospital? Or you'll be asking, please airlift me from here, take me to a certain facility. So if all of us will become one, we will be okay. If today you have an accident along Parklands, which is your hospital of choice and why? So if all of us will have a better, affordable healthcare, and it is very standardized, we won't even have a competition. We will have a better health nation. Kindly project my slides. I represent an organization currently called Agile Solutions from South Africa and Computech Healthcare Solutions. I'm not Lindsay. Lindsay was meant to be here, but I'm representing her. It's an organization that is having solutions for patient-centered care, which again is enabling nurses, patients, and all administrators to have patients enjoy their care while they're having their sleep. Next slide, please. So it has ensured that we have optimum quality care standards, which are 5-star physical care. You look at the sun outside there and you are in ward level 10, you desire to go out to the sun and you're on bed rest, you can't move. Do you know how sad it is for you to be in that position? So Aljo has made sure that we have in-bed care services that are very comfortable, very confident. The mattresses, I know when you sleep on that bed, 21 days, imagine. The only thing nurses do is turn every 2 hours. It can be so uncomfortable and you'll end up with bed sores. So they have proper in-bed solutions. The next thing they have done is to have safe moving and handling, including early mobilization. All those appliances, I don't know whether we've come across them, but they enable you to really move your patients, eliminate back manners. I have worked in a ward setup, really be they help put in place. I can't read from this distance. So there is improved vital functions. If you really move around and you are sick, let me tell you, when you're in that bed, if you've been in bed for 7 days and the only thing you do is being turned, it is very, very sad to you as a patient in that ward. So it enables you to have improved vital functions. There is mobility. You are able to move around. There is reduced need for support. You can be able to move yourself without calling 3-4 nurses to lift you, to take you to that radiology department. There is reduced injuries and improved efficiency. We know IPC tells us to eliminate falls. So if a patient has an ability to have an early mobilization device nearby, they can be able to reduce those injuries. There is reduced consequence to injuries. If we could project our data of how many falls we had in 2024 in all hospitals in Kenya, then see how many complications we had. I thank God for the county of Makueni that is now digitized. I pray it's being digitized, even patient outcomes, so that we will also know the patient errors and make improvement plans. The quality of life is improved care and financial outcomes. We don't have to fall and have complications, which will make you be in that hospital ward longer than you had planned or doctors had planned. And then finally, we have, seventh, we have reduced sick leave from the nurses who are having now backaches. And then finally, we have the right environment, we have the right equipment, and we have the right care skills. So for more about all these discussions, I want to invite us on the 7th of May. That's next week, Wednesday. We'll be at Pride in Westlands. And if you want to come, kindly check with Anne. She'll give you the link for registration. And I don't want to talk more about all these things. Next slide, please. Yeah, those are the mobility gallery and several things. You will be able to see them physically. You'll be able to know how we can have the solutions that are very affordable to enable us have patient-centered care. So because Health Focus is concerned with proper patient-centered outcomes, that's how we partner with all organizations that are ensuring that we have the same. We are global, we are going beyond Africa and other nations to have healthcare organizations, healthcare staff, and all those people get the skills that they need, understand, be competent to deliver quality healthcare without having a self-gaze, just the way we trained as nurses and there is no self-gaze behind it. Thank you so much, and thank you so much.
Please give Emily a better clap. Thank you, Emily. That's passion right there for better outcomes for our patients. Now, I would request the choir to give us a number as we wait for Nairobi County to arrive. She's on her way. We are waiting for Dr. Nora Maure. She has not arrived. We have a voting. We have a QR code for voting for the best presented abstract. And the abstracts are displayed out there. Please have some time and look at them. Abstracts that are related to patient-centered care. You can, that's the QR code. So you can have a number or two. Okay. And at this point, I'll just, all protocols observed. I would like to ask Martha, because Dr. Musila talked about something, what you're doing in Makueni. Let me give you an opportunity to say that now. Please encourage her. She's a product of Kenyatta National Hospital, and so we are proud to have lent Makueni.
Thank you, and good morning. Good morning, colleagues, KNH. It's nice to be home. Thank you. Probably for those who do not know me, I'm Martha Munyao, CEO Makueni County Referral Hospital. I was working here before, been in Makueni for 1 year, heading the referral hospital. And I can tell you, able to transform the Makueni County Referral Hospital, just like the way Waziri has said. For me, I think I engage my teams every now and then to communicate to them to actually mention this particular theme, that is patient-centered care, because that is the reason and the core business that we exist. And I think I even tell my staff to just put themselves, on the flip side, that they can also be patients, and therefore, how would they want to be cared for? And I think with that being the framework, then they are able to work backwards and able to provide the care that is required to our patients. Otherwise, thank you very much. I don't think I have much to say. Asanteni sana, and good to see you.
Give her a better clap. It's not easy to grow from being babied to go and baby others, isn't it? Thank you, Martha. Daktari?
Njooni mpokee huduma, enyi wagonjwa wote Kenyatta. 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 Huduma yenye ujuzi, huduma yenye upendo, huduma ya kupeana amani. Njooni nyote Kenyatta, huduma yenye ujuzi, huduma yenye upendo, huduma ya kupeana amani. Njooni nyote Kenyatta, njooni mpoke. Njooni enyi wagonjwa wote Kenyatta, njooni mpokee huduma, enyi wagonjwa wote Kenyatta. Enyi wamama na watoto, enyi wazee na nyote vijana, njooni Kenyatta, mtapata matibabu maradufu. Enyi wamama na watoto, enyi wazee na nyote vijana, njooni Kenyatta, mtapata matibabu maradufu. Njooni enyi wagonjwa wote Kenyatta, njooni mpokee huduma, enyi wagonjwa wote Kenyatta. Tumejitolea hakika kuwahudumia wagonjwa, hakika tumebarikiwa na Baba Mwenyezi Mungu. Tumejitolea wafanyikazi kuwahudumia wagonjwa, hakika tumebarikiwa na Baba Mwenyezi Mungu. Njooni wagonjwa wote Kenyatta, njooni mpokee huduma, enyi wagonjwa wote Kenyatta. Thank you, choir. You people are amazing as usual. Now do the song that the extra that you had for us.
Okay, our next song is a song from South Africa, Bao.
Bawo titosomana wito nuba kwesamba asisesele kuselembe kosi. Bawo tisosomana, bawo tisosomana wito nuba kwesamba. Bawo tisosomana.
Thank you very much, choir. That was a very good break. I want to move to the session after tea break. Dr. Okutoi. We have a discussion on the Quality of Care Bill 2025, and we will have Dr. Okutoi moderating this session. And the discussion will involve Dr. Charles Kandia, MOH, and Dr. Okutoi Karibu. Please give her a clap, encourage her. This is my boss, the Director Healthcare Quality, Kenyatta National Hospital. Karibu.
Good morning. Yeah, Dr. Kandie, you're welcome. It's like you may not quite sit. Let me give you 1 minute to breathe. We are really happy to be here. Patient-centered care symposium has always been a good highlight, an opportunity to reflect beyond what we have in our head. We have the techniques and the skills, know how to cut, how to do things, but unless we put the person who is receiving this at the center of that care, then our hearts and our attitude may not benefit. And it is known that institutions that organize themselves towards ensuring that the patients are at the center of what they do in terms of initiatives, attitudes, just introducing yourself. After a round, Prof. Chokwe may have many students, but just being able to tell the mama, this is what we were talking about. This is what your child requires. Because at times you may have even up to 10 or so students in a queue or in a line, and we've talked to each other, but the patient does not know. Or much later they'll ask, namulisema nini? So we need to design our care in a manner that the patient is really at the center. Allow the next person here to be ready to come. He's being mic'd. My name is Dr. Lydia Okutoi. I'm honored to support in this manner. In KNH, I support operations. I lead healthcare quality. And so we ensure that waste management is done well. Tunaangalia mambo ya taka. We look at hand hygiene through IPC. We look at matters learning when things go wrong. In healthcare, at times things go wrong. Doesn't that happen? Yeah, we don't walk to hospital to do harm, but there are times we need to reflect, how would we have not walked? So that's what healthcare quality does. And another important part of healthcare quality is what patient affairs does. Patient affairs are our main host. In patient affairs, they look at patient-centeredness. We look at feedback, at response. We support having respect in the care space, and in case a patient and family, they feel like hawajatosheka, they're told, go to those people, they will help you. Or at times during our transitions with Chief and Shah, they're waiting for this and the other, and we're just doing that thing of waiting for approvals. We support them. And when they require information that they are not able to, maybe it's not direct, they're called ethical dilemmas. There's nothing wrong about what they want, and there's nothing wrong about what the doctor is suggesting, but they need to be heard. So patient affairs supports the conversations when they're ethical dilemmas, like I don't want blood because I'm a Jehovah Witness. And the doctor is like, hey, will this one survive? I'm not comfortable. Then we come in. So that's what patient affairs does. So allow me to welcome Dr. Charles Kandia, and I profusely apologize for just bringing you on the stage. No sooner had you arrived, Yeah, so a clap for Dr. Charles Kandie. Great. I don't know whether we have his bio on the screen, but Dr. Charles Kandie is the head of the Directorate of Health Standards, Policies and Regulations at the Ministry of Health. He's not in KNH. Yeah, he's the one who's taught us a lot of QI for many, many years. Not only KNH, I think the whole country. Yeah, he is the face of KQMH. I don't know whether we know KQMH, Kenya Quality Model for Health. Yeah, the face of Kenya Quality Model for Health is Dr. Charles Kandie. He's a pharmacist by background, has worked in multiple roles. At one time, CEO KEMSA, done some pharmacy World Bank projects, WHO, and in the most recent past, or more than 15 years, has been in MOH supporting healthcare quality. And so it is an honor to have you. Karibu sana. Is there anything I've forgotten to introduce about you that you can add?
Maybe I can add as currently, I don't know if they can hear. Whether my mic is working. I've put it on. Testing, one.
Mike? Oh, you can hear. Oh, great.
Oh, you can hear me? Yes, okay, thank you very much. Yes, maybe I'm the head health standard quality assurance and regulation, and there are a number of areas that I do a lot of heavy lifting within the Ministry of Health. HRH, Human Resource for Health, is one of them, monitoring of the health sector, and then coming up with quality improvement initiatives for the country. Yes.
Great. So his directorate undertaking, they're supporting the country to do some monumental work. There's something called Quality of Care Bill. Maybe it may be new, maybe we know it. So the Quality of Care Bill envisions to do a number of things and to address some gaps that have been there. Maybe Dr. you can just give us a background about the Quality of Care Bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Currently, we are in the process of developing Quality of Care Bill, but we need to know the background on how we developed it and when it came about it. So what happened is that we used to have, from around 2013, we launched Kenya Quality Model for Health as a strategy on how the sector can improve quality of care. So the strategy has a number of, it has got three-pronged approach. The first one is improving structures, processes, and outcomes using quality management principles, and which I'll be able to explain later on. So I don't know if I can see this. Yes, improving quality. So that was the first. The second area is adhering to health standards that are and guidelines that are evidence-based. And lastly, patient-centered care. So that is one area that we were looking, we focused on. But we only achieved in doing the improving structures, process, and outcomes, and adhering to health standards and health standards guidelines. So we didn't focus much on patient-centered care or meeting patients' expectation and aspiration as we provide them care. So that was what we did. We did a number of initiatives like going to counties. At that time, we used to call them districts. We had provincial regions, and we sort of like sensitized, including KNH. I know we reached at one point, we invited on you on that. So that was the first one. So our Kenya Health Policy talks about coming up with a quality management framework. And it was one of the deliverables we needed to do. So in 2021, we came up with Kenya Quality of Care Accreditation and Certification Framework. And the framework had three components. One of them is licensure,
and then certification, and then accreditation. So those are the 3 areas. So so during that time, we mooted the idea that we needed to have a central body whose responsibility was to ensure improvement, to have a database of quality of care, doing assessments of facilities to ensure that they are there to the standards, much more beyond the what regulatory does. Regulatory focuses on structures, but this time we wanted a body that focuses on processes and also outcomes. And that's the thinking that we came. So we have, so when we came up with pieces of legislation for coming up with a social health authority, we forgot on one of the laws that to come up with a body that will be responsible for accreditation of health facilities. And that body is what we want. We want to call it Kenya Quality of Care Authority. We may even call it Kenya Health Services Authority. So we are still, so it is still in the kitchen. So where are we on the issues around, where are we on developing of the Quality of Care Authority bill? We've done so first of all, we have a technical working group that has been formed consisting of various stakeholders from the Ministry of Health. We have associations, a few people from the counties, and then of course COG is there, and we have and Kenya Healthcare Federation. So the private sector is involved, the FBOs are involved. So we've done the initial work, coming up with the groundwork on what we came up with sort of what is the vision? What do we want? How do we want the bill to be? How do we establish the body? So we've come up with instructions that will give to legislators, legislative drafters, to be able now to look at it and be able to see whether is it offending another law. For example, most of the regulatory bodies may be affected. Is it affecting other laws within the sector? And then they come up now with quality of care bill, which we shall now bring all of you. We shall now have what we call consultative engagement with all stakeholders. We will call, if it is KNH, if it is counties, if it is regulatory bodies, and everybody. And then there will be also public participation on it. So that's where we are on that one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great, thank you, Daktari. So I hope you've heard these big things. There is the quality of care bill, but then there is an authority that is to be formed. It may have a different name after participation. The idea is currently hospitals for registration, for licensure, in terms of who monitors the quality of care at a regulatory level in facilities. There is an attempt by the Kenya Medical and Dental Practitioners Board. However, legally, essentially, that is a health professional regulatory body, not necessary for the facility. And so when a case goes to the board, and it includes other healthcare providers that are not doctors, it's beyond their mandate. And so there is a problem. And so that is a legal problem. And so quality has to be enacted in the law. And so the quality of care bill, when they bring together this authority, it is supposed to support all these aspects that are beyond cadre specific. Nurses, doctors, they will all be able to have a place where that regulation is done. Daktari, I wonder when it comes to what you've called beyond structures to the processes. When it comes to the processes, one of the ways in which a regulator confirms that processes are right is by arriving to the site. Today, KNH is undergoing its CABE surveillance audit. They have come and they're checking. I do not remember in our country when people have come voluntarily, unless when government has come, unless if we've done a mistake, then they come to investigate. And so what do we expect in terms of if this comes to see the day of light, in terms of inspections, in terms of so who funds that, and are there clauses that would help in terms of patient-centered care, feedback management, and such? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for for elucidating some of the what we expect to be within when quality of care authority comes into place. What do we expect? So let me probably give you another background around that. We didn't sit pretty when so quality of care authority, when it comes into place, is just the last piece of the whole framework of quality. So first of all, we shall ensure that all facilities comply with regulatory requirements. If it is registration by KMPDC, that's Kenya Medical Practitioner Dentist Council, then they must adhere to those ones. So we, as the Ministry of Health, decided that instead of having all regulatory bodies going at different times, we came up with what we call joint inspection checklist, which can assess a facility, and that can be for licensing purposes. So you have a one-stop shop to license, so that counties through CHMTs can use that checklist to be able to understand, to be able to, for licensure purposes, whether it's for a pharmacy, a lab is there, and so forth. So that's one thing that we want to be done. So the second thing now is, how do we ensure that facilities adhere to the standards? So as Ministry of Health, through stakeholders, we published we call them KQMH standards. So KQMH standards assesses a facility for both structures, processes, and outcomes. So in processes, we look at inpatient, outpatient, and there's also a component of patient-centered care. So we have got a whole host of areas that we want to know. Does the facility give the patients their rights, for example? Are they informed of their rights? Are they, for example, in terms of, all the aspects around patient, they collect their views on how they want care to be provided? So normally, from provider point of view, we normally provide care based on what they want. So when you look at care, so there's effectiveness of care and also experience of care. So from a provider point of view, we don't look at experience of care. So we need to monitor did the patient during the journey through the hospital, were they happy on our services, for example? Did we sort of take long time than we required? So we need to look at the turnaround time. So all those are embedded within our quality of care standards. So we have got quality of care standards, and these standards are the ones that we shall ensure that family, community, and patient aspirations are taken into account. So that is so we have that. So what did we do as a sector? So we've gone to all counties. We've identified champions in each county. So in each county, we need to have a quality improvement coordinator who becomes our focal point to now ensure that all facilities understand it. And we did not stop there. We came up with electronic form of assessment, or what you call a web-based assessment, that can be done even by Kenyatta. Kenyatta can use it, private sector can use it, faith-based organization can use it. So all health facilities are within there. So you just click and you get, you are given credentials. Once you are trained, you are given credentials. So we've gone to all the 47 counties. We have a quality coordinator at each county, and we've trained like at least three or four of them. So that is one. So for joint inspection checklist, we've also trained counties on inspectors. So we have got inspectors around, again, the same number, 2 to 3, and they can do inspections on behalf of the regulators and so forth. So that is how do you envisage? So at what we call self-assessment, we've done something. So we have self-assessment. So Kenyatta, whether it is a county, it can be Pumwani, can do a self-assessment using the checklist and be able to know what are the standards that the hospitals needs to adhere to before now an external eye comes in. We've also given credentials to counties, coordinators, to do what we call county assessment. And then at the national level, we have now what we call external assessment. It is this external assessment that we shall be bestowing the quality of care authority Authority to undertake, so that any facility that wants to access funding from SHA must be able to meet the standards that are required. So it is there. So we shall train around, we shall have quality improvement auditors or trainers who will do that. So it will go be, what you talked about, like for example, KEBS, as they evaluate you, we know that they have to ensure that the quality instrument they are using to do assessment must ensure that the elements within KQMH are also captured within it. So that's how we envisage it. We will come back to you. It's still in the kitchen, so we don't know how it will come out. So we don't know whether it will be through, it will do all the functions that we have envisaged, and we've given the drafters to look at them so that we align it to other laws.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Indeed, I mean, as a country, like now we are having KEBS in KNH. So for the country level, that is called opportunistic. It is those who can afford, those who can do. But Wanjiku accesses care from Olenguruoni to KNH. And so the hope of this quality of care authority is that the minimum standards will be adhered across the whole sector, regardless of whether they are private or public or whether they can afford the budget. And so the others standards will be there and acceptable as they are. Currently, we have JCI, Safe Care. In KNH, we are having the ISO 9001:2015. But we hope, our hope is that indeed everybody will have access to quality of care regardless of where they are. But there is the infrastructure that Daktari has mentioned, that you need to have assessors. Yeah, you need to have conformity assessment bodies. And that is a journey. I think the aim, if you would prepare us as healthcare professionals who are interested in matters quality, what are these conformity assessment bodies? What are these assessors? What are these third party? Remember, initially quality, NHIF is what used to assess. They used to be called NHIF auditors and assessment, because that was the only way we would link funding to quality of care. But now in this Kenya Quality Authority as envisioned, what will be the role of this, and how do the healthcare professionals not position themselves, but to be useful or prepare when that happens? Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. And I don't know how to put it for you to understand. Maybe Dr. Kuto and Nana are the only ones who know about it. So what we envisage is that we have got almost like 14,000 facilities in Kenya. So this body cannot superintend on all of them or cannot do assessment of facilities. So we envisage that we shall have third parties. So the Quality of Care Authority will, for example, outsource or recruit some of the third parties, and we have got a number of them. We have got organizations like PS Kenya, we have Farm Access, and others who have already started. So what we'll do is that we will ensure that the authority has its own quality assessors. We have got a number of names. People call. We don't want to look at them as if they are coming to audit. Audit is coming to do like fault finding, but we want for them to come and ensure that faults do not happen, or we prevent mistakes happening. So being proactive. So that is the essence. So we shall have assessors so we shall have two of them. So we shall have the ones that will be from the authority itself, and also we shall have assessors who will be outsourced. So we shall use another organization called Kenya Accreditation Services, called KENAS. KENAS is the only body in Kenya that does accreditation. So they are the ones we'll team up with them and discuss, and then we'll give them the requirements for a conformity assessment body who will be doing assessments on what they need to work on. So there will be a rigorous exercise to ensure that a conformity assessment bodies, as they go out to do assessment, they do a thorough job. It will be well-structured, objective, So it will be done in a way that it's not subjective. And once assessment has been done, and it will be, we may do what we call, and what Dr. Kutoy had asked me earlier to talk about, we may want to do a star rating system that you are assessed, and if you, for example, you get 50%, you are a star 1. You get 60%, you are at a star 2. You get 70%, 3, and so forth up to 100% or 90%. So you are at a highest level of assessment, and we can now say you are globally, it can be a global recognition. It will be very good for us so that we can attract health tourism. So that is how we shall do it. And we will, before we do that, we will, all stakeholders will have contributed to it, so that those who are putting quality elements in it, investing in quality, get more rebates. So we shall say, if you get a star 1, you get basic rebates, or reimbursement will be X. If you are like star 2, you'll get basic rebate of X plus Y. If you get, for example, a star 3, you get basic rebate of X plus 2Y, and so forth. So it's a way of incentivizing quality improvement, so that there will be competition for providing the highest attainable standard of health, and across all board. And we shall have, for example, various dimensions. So we shall say, if it's dimensions around patient-centered care, or we will give more marks. We can say even it can be 50 marks. We shall say effectiveness of care gets 25%. Then there's having structures in place is 25%. So there will be a lot of, we will see how to model it in a way that improves quality of care. So that is how we intend to work on. So I don't know, the other question you had asked is, we will be working with other quality management systems, the ISO certification for process, or if it is JCI. So we shall ensure that our KQMH is at the highest, the standards are comparable to other standards within the region and also globally. So we may even ask ISQA, which is the highest quality standards that come and assess us, come and assess the body that will be responsible for quality, to ensure that we are following standards. So what happens to the facilities that don't adhere to standards? And if you've been recently we've been hearing about facilities that don't, some of them don't conform to the required standards and are getting rebates, wants to get rebates from SHA. So we shall ensure that we sort of like in the initial 1 or 2 years, we sort of like push most of the facilities to go to ensure that they are licensed, they meet the required standards, they have got the personnel that are required, and then from there now we go to a journey. I don't know, some of you expect that reforms is like a sprint. You want to put things in place now, and you want to be able to get everything within the same year. It is like a marathon. So the journey for us to achieve universal health coverage requires a lot of time to put structures in place, and then we come up with ways of incentivizing, and that's why we have Social Health Authority to do that.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Indeed, we are looking at health financing. Everybody is looking at whether the rebates are coming, talking of SHA, SHIF, but without emphasis on quality of care, and patient-centered care being one of the main pillars. Because basically, when you're talking about quality of care, you want care that works, care that is safe, and care that is given with dignity. And so patient-centered care brings the dignity part. And so rightly put that we need to look at this other part of what is the quality of care that Wanjiku is receiving. And we truly wish, now that you are closer to where the cooking is happening, we wish a quick and nice transition, that we will focus on this quality of care bill, and that there'll be value for Wanjiku. Before Daktari takes back his seat, maybe in case there's any comment or question, we can get any two, and then great. There is a question at the back there. Is there a roaming mic? Great, and now any other hand, so that we just have the two? Thank you. So we have the two hands, thank you. You can stand up so that we,
okay.
Great.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for the good presentation. I have a question on an inspection that is going on currently for facilities on compliance and patient safety standards. Could you kindly shed more light on it? It's happening, it's currently happening, started on 28th of April. Thank you. And what standards are expected?
Thank you so much, Daktari. But allow me to Kiswahili tafadhali. Okay, nimesikia daktari akisema akiongelea SHA. Na upande wangu nilikuwa na struggle sana for a long time because of SHA. Question yangu iko hivi. Daktari, SHA mbona haitusaidii kwa sasa kama outpatient? We are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you for the two questions. Yeah, there is a survey. Which facility are you talking about? Is it within county, within Nairobi County? Or out, which county? Oh, it's countrywide. Our countrywide patient safety survey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, an inspection.
Oh, an inspection.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a communication from Ministry of Health.
It's actually from Dr. Kandia's office.
Yeah.
Yeah, patient safety unit sits under the Directorate of Standards.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Excuse me. We have a question from an online.
An
admin.
online, okay. Kindly read it out.
So Anonymous is asking, in terms of the quality of care bill, is anything to do with the wellness of the healthcare workers taken into place? Because it's easy to put the patient in the center, but are we doing this at our own peril? So that is one of our online questions. The next question is asking about the development of the document, this policy that we are talking about. And I think that is still in the works, as we have been told by Dr. Kandie. So I will leave that at my one question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So there is so what happened around when KMPDC gave facilities that were to be empaneled by SHA, we wanted to know, to ensure that those facilities are adhering to standards. So as Ministry of Health, we wrote to one of the regulators, Kenya Health Professional Oversight Authority, called KHPOA, to coordinate all regulatory bodies to do inspections of facilities. And so what happened is that KHPOA rallied all regulators. They have been having meetings, and they want to start the exercise probably starting, I don't know that it will start next week, but there's a planning meeting starting from 2nd of May. Then from there, we shall begin rolling it out. So it's an inspections to know, so that the facilities adhering to the standards that are required, especially joint inspections checklist. These are checklist of structures, and there will be a bit of element of quality. Do the health facilities have quality improvement teams? Do they meet, and do they have projects on improving the sector? So the other area that I didn't talk about is that when one of our tenets of Kenya Quality Model for Health is that improving structures, process, and outcome using quality management principles. And some of the principles are continuous quality improvement, using PDSA. I don't know whether you've heard of Japanese talking about Kaizen. So Kaizen is a continuous quality improvement. So in the region, we have come up with what I would want my colleague to hear in Kiswahili is that tumekuja na mchakato wa uimarishaji ubora endelevu. Sijui kama mnasikia. Mchakato ni the principle of quality improvement. So we have what you call, for those who are in quality space, understand that we must have quality improvement teams in every section. For example, it can be maternity, it can be pharmacy, it can. So they sit down and say, what did we do well? You become proactive. You don't wait for things to happen. You become proactive and be able to understand what can go wrong and be able to address those concerns. I remember in one time in Kenyatta, we had a skull of a wrong patient was opened, and it was because probably so you went down and said what can we do better? So nowadays I understand we have rings that you put in patients so that you can't get the wrong officer, and then having a proper proper process for that, to ensure that the handover is done well, and so you look at that. So the second question was maneno ya SHA, kwa nini haifanyi kazi? So from my perspective, from where we sit, we rolled out SHA almost like 7 or 8 months ago, and it was all across the board. So there were teething problems, but we have been meeting continuously to ensure that we address that. And I believe if there will be somebody from SHA can tell us what, to me, we've been getting good testimonies, and also areas where patients have not been, they're not satisfied, the issues of system issues. First, so there's the issues of registration. Then from registration, you need to pay up so that you access. So there are two funds. There is the funds for when you pay, and that's what we call, it's for the SHIF. Then there is what government provides funding for, primary healthcare fund, where it has provided for, and that one is it can be accessed free. So getting everybody covered for all the time, it will take time. It will not. Some cases we may have a success story. In some cases we may not get, but we will be able to surmount. I see this is, as I told you earlier, that we having rolling out SHA or rolling out universal coverage is not a sprint. We can't get everything working at the same time, but we have got, so we have now mechanism where there's a problem, there are numbers you can call. If SHAP officers were here, they would be able to assist. So, but I think we are on the process of fixing those, and getting everybody on board. So
he will assist. Yeah, he will assist. He looks forward.
Yes.
Answering.
Yes. Then there is the last question was on the online one, where we've talked about the quality of care bill, or as a sector, have we put in place mechanism to address healthcare workers? We are now developing a health professional policy for all cadres. And in the policy, we are addressing all the concerns about the production up to recruitment, up to so for us, we want to have a competent, well-motivated, and distributed equally across country health professionals. That will be the key. In fact, our success, so that SHA works, is that we have healthcare professionals across at the dispensary level. So when they go first at the point of care where they're required to be supported, the health professionals are there. They are competent, they are adequately resourced and also provided. So there is the other thing I saw about SHA is that money is now reaching out to dispensaries and health centers, and governors are very happy that now money has reached the facility, and the facility can now start putting in place the structures to ensure that the drugs are there, the help of, they can hire the personnel they require, and so forth. So in our quality of standards, we've put in a section where we want the healthcare professionals, wherever they are given, there is conducive environment for them. they operate at the required time. And even we shall also insist that the patient doctor ratio or the nurse patient ratio is to the required standards. And it will be the ones that will determine the marks you get during an assessment. We've not reached there, but we will insist that one, so that there's what you call burnout rates is minimized. We have a wellness program so that healthcare professionals who are overworked or we can be counseled, and we find a way of ensuring that they get appropriate rest if that is the case. So we've embedded that. So the Kenya the policy that I talked about talks about how do we motivate staff. Motivation of staff will be get keen, not just necessarily for the remuneration, also for the conditions or on the conditions of where they operate, that are they have the tools of trade, the health products and technologies, or the drugs are available, they are given appropriate rest time, and so forth. So it is a work in progress. We will do a public participation for the two documents I talked about. The one for health professionals policy, which you'll be able to input, and we can, for that person who is on online, that one we will participate. So it's not that one will be done as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
So you mentioned the joint health inspection is the basis for the assessments that are being done. Then in 2020, I think we adopted the Health Worker Safety Charter, by WHO. Also, I think facilities can look out for that. In our KNH patient charter, there is something to do with responsibilities of the patient, and they are to respect also the health worker, because there have been areas where there's been violence against the health worker. So I think that is available. We hope that we get practical ways. Recently, last year, we got some posters done in our institutions to do with that, with avoiding violence and abuse, whether physical or otherwise, to the staff. That Kenya quality, the quality bill, in it, there are aspects now with regard to the authority, its role, also with the health worker. I think it has psychological safety. That the facilities leadership has to ensure there is psychological safety for the health worker. That means you're able to voice up, and that takes care of also patient safety, that you are not intimidated to raise your voice when an unsafe event is happening. And so truly, I think we look forward for this great document. Any parting shot, Dr.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is to say that we, as a sector, we've done two-pronged approach of. So we are doing a bottom-up approach. So we've gone to all counties, all health, and a number of facilities to ensure that they embrace quality improvement initiatives, so that we have got structures for improving quality. And we have also given them the quality of care standards. So I would urge that the private sector that are here, if it is KNH, kindly, those documents are available in our website, or since Okute is here, you can always get to know that. So that is one. So the next stage is now for us to come up with a top-down approach so that we get a ready market. So we will avoid, so implementation for us, once we have quality of care authority being put in place, having assessor going to the counties, to the health facilities, to the whether private or public, you will now know what do you need. If it is governance, you already have an organogram in place. If it is around HR, you have got a HR database and so forth. And so we expect, I expect that we are going to go far on this one. And I want us to embrace the initiative of continuous quality improvement, what I told you about earlier, about ni mchakato wa uimarishaji ubora endelevu. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Daktari deserves a clap. Thank you very much for sharing with us, and pass our regards to our mother ministry. Thank you. I think I deserve a clap too.
Another one for Dr. Okutoi, Dr. Kandie, for that very insightful and interactive session. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the Director, Research and Programs, the team leader for Research and Programs, to come and take us through the opening ceremony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, now we are coming to the opening session for the Patient and Family-Centered Care Symposium. And I believe you'll agree with me, we've had really good sessions. There's a lot of learning. Do you agree? Yes. So we are going to have the official opening. And as we invite our guests to come and make the opening sessions, I want to appreciate all of you who have come. We know we have representatives from the Ministry of Health, from SHA, from universities, and from health facilities, including both private, county, and also national. But importantly, we have patients and we have their representatives, because this is about patient-centered care, and it would not have been adequate if we did not have them included. So I want to invite Dr. Sigilai to give us the first speech. And Dr. Sigilai is wearing two hats today. He's having the hat of the Senior Director Clinical Services, but at the same time, he's also wearing the hat of the CEO, Kenyatta National Hospital. So let's welcome Dr. Sigilai for his comments.
Good morning. Is it still morning? I haven't looked at the time. How are you? Naona mmechoka, naona nyuso zenye uchovu. Let me try to speak like Dr. Kandie, Kiswahili sanifu. I would like to request all of you to stand for 1 minute. Please stand to your left. Turn to your left. Turn to your right. Simama kwa mguu moja. If you can. Aya, asanteni sana. Hiyo ni ya kuwasisimua, so you can hear what I'm going to read. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Okutoi, for the introduction. Dr. Kinuthia, all guests. I'm here to make this speech on behalf of the CEO of Kenyatta National Hospital, and representing, I'm in his place today, and he has sent his warm greetings. So the speech here is a speech. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you to Kenyatta National Hospital Training, Research and Innovation Center for our 4th annual Patient and Family-Centered Symposium. This year, we gather united by a crucial theme, which is creating solutions for affordable centered care. At Kenyatta Hospital, our commitment to placing patients and their families at the heart of everything we do remains unwavering. Empowering them with knowledge, involving them in decision-making, and fostering an environment of respect and support are fundamental to achieving optimal health outcomes. However, in today's economic realities, the ideal of patient-centered care must also be practical and affordable reality. We recognize that
Financial constraints can create significant barriers to accessing quality healthcare. Therefore, this year's symposium is dedicated to exploring innovative and sustainable solutions that allow us to deliver truly patient-centered care without placing undue financial constraints or burdens on individuals and families. We must ask ourselves the following questions. How can we streamline our processes to enhance efficiency and reduce costs while simultaneously improving the patient experience? What innovative models of care delivery can we adopt to make healthcare more accessible and affordable, and particularly for vulnerable populations? What collaborative partnerships can we forge with government agencies, non-governmental organizations, and private sector to create a more affordable and patient-centric healthcare ecosystem? Building on the principles we highlighted last year, which was respect, access to care, coordination and care integration, information and education, emotional support, involvement of family and friends, we must now consider how affordability intersects with each of these. We are actively seeking and implementing policies and procedures that not only institutionalize patient and family-centered care, but also prioritize cost-effectiveness and value-based healthcare. Today, we have gathered a wealth of expertise, healthcare professionals, policymakers, researchers, patient advocates, and various leaders to engage in a meaningful dialogue and collaborative problem solving. We eagerly anticipate insightful presentations, discussions, and the emergence of actionable strategies that will guide us in creating solutions for affordable patient-centered care. By working together, by sharing our knowledge and experiences, and by embracing innovation, we can build a healthcare landscape where compassionate, high-quality care is accessible and affordable for all Kenyans. Finally, I would like to thank you for your presence and your commitment to this vital cause. Let us embark on this symposium with a shared vision of a healthier, more equitable, and truly patient-centered future. Thank you very much. I would like now to invite Professor Giorgio Sanjo, who is the Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences, and is going to make his speech on behalf of the Chair of the Board of Management of Kenyatta National Hospital. Karibu sana, Professor Sanjo. Is that all right? Thank you. So allow me to recognize the representative of government, both national and county. There were quite a number. There were CECs here, chief officers, the CEOs, representative CEO, Kenyatta National Hospital, CEO Makweni, the representatives of partners, SHA, the university, distinguished leaders present, healthcare professionals, patients, patient advocates, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So today I'm representing the guest of honor, and I am truly honored
and delighted to join you today at this fourth annual Patient and Family-Centered Symposium 2025, where we convene under the theme, Creating Solutions for Affordable Patient-Centered Care, a theme that speaks directly to one of the most pressing challenges in our country. At a time when our healthcare system, and indeed healthcare systems across the world, are challenged by issues of cost of healthcare, funding challenges, amid withdrawal of donors, particularly the US. We have disease outbreaks, global pandemics, the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases such as cancer, and changes in patient expectations. And we are called not just to respond, but also to lead. And that leadership must begin where the foundation of healthcare is laid, in our hospitals, in our training centers, and in the universities, in the counties, nationally, as well as the Ministry of Health. And I think, as we've seen over the last 4 symposia, this concept of patient-centered care is no longer very new, really. But our approach in Kenya, in delivering it effectively, equitably, and affordably, should be dependent on our context and should be innovative. And because patient-centered care means more than clinical excellence, it includes a number of things: alignment to culture, respect, a number of things that are, there's a logo here, I like that logo for the Patient Affairs Unit, that lists all those elements of patient care-centered care: respect, be it empathy, information sharing, shared decision-making, working collaboratively. As has been said also by Dr. Kandia there, it must also include, of necessity, adequate human resources for health, and which are also cared for, isn't it, to achieve universal health coverage. It requires patient engagement and patient advocacy. And it must also include the healthcare industry. As we've seen, some of the partners from healthcare industry have made presentations here. We must emphasize patient preferences, as well as the imperative for integrated person-centered care. Too often, of course, these are affected by the economic realities. As has been said here, too many cannot afford access to care because it is unaffordable at many occasions. And our systems are also sometimes overburdened. I think you noticed in the last few weeks, KNH was really operating beyond capacity. Also, of course, as a result of the strikes that we had. So today, as we engage during the symposium, we must also ask ourselves, what are our roles as healthcare professionals, as clinicians, as caregivers, as educators, as researchers, as policymakers, legislators, implementers? You can see there's already a legislative framework being developed. So what is our role in there? We must also contribute. So wherever our setting is, be it in the counties, the national government, in the training institutions, in the hospitals, right at the Ministry of Health, we must join together and have a systems thinking and have innovative solutions that will shape our healthcare system that is responsive to all. Interdisciplinary collaboration and teamwork, so that we have solutions to affordability and patient-centeredness, which do not depend on just the clinicians alone, but require the entire healthcare system. We are asked to support our country's model of universal health coverage, that is the Taifa Care, with its three key funds: the primary health funds, the emergency critical and chronic illness funds, and the social health insurance fund, the SHIF. Our hospitals should be models of care that we advocate for, places where affordability is also balanced with quality, and where innovation serves patients, and where also those who we train, the learners, are able to see compassion in our actions every day. I think like the feedback that has been given there by somebody who has experience. So even our learners must also see that we are also compassionate and we care. So this symposium, therefore, is a vital opportunity to exchange our ideas, highlight research, explore technology, and build partnerships. And I thank you, and I wish you all a productive. With that, then, I declare the 4th annual Patient and Families Centered Care Symposium open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Osanjo. I think we need to give a better clap for this opening. Hold on a minute. Let me ask you to show us how we should appreciate, please. Yes. I saw you are really excited and yes. So to show us how to appreciate fully. Mm. Mm. Yeah.
Yes, we do find
Wave, yes, please. Yeah. Wave to the yes. Yes. This is the team that has organized this.
Thank you so much to everyone who has been with us on this online forum. As we continue on our tea break, participants on site will be looking at the abstracts that we will later vote on. So during this tea break, I will project the abstract and you can try and take a look at them and see which one you like based on how it looks, the layout of the information, what you think of the topic, and what you think of the improvement effort. I will display each abstract for around 3 minutes. There are 5 of them. Thank you so much and enjoy our break. Thank you to the participant who has given a thumbs up. I will now move on to showcase the next poster.
Find the perfect hotel for you on a booking.com app.
Check 1 2 mic check. Check. Check 1 2 mic check. Check 1 2 mic check. Check 1 2. Connecting. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2 2 2 2 2. Check. Go better. Sinisikia? Sina nini feedback. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2 2.
Thank you for staying with us to our online team. Just to do a quick run through of the abstracts that we'll be voting on. This first one is on enhancing patient-centered care through healthcare worker training evaluation on training on patient-centered care at KMTC. That is the first one, and you can see the layout. It is up to you to decide on how clear the information is coming across. The second one is on optimizing skill mix to enhance patient and family-centered care in Kenyan public hospitals. Again, I had shown it earlier on. The third one is on spirituality and health, the implications for holistic person-centered healthcare at Kenyatta National Hospital. The third one is reducing the risk of neonatal sepsis due to fluid contamination at Kenyatta National Hospital. And you can see their A3, their poster, a summary of their project. And finally, the last one is on hypothermia reduction in neonates at admission into a newborn unit. I will leave it at that, and I will now project the QR code which you can scan so as to be able to vote. I will also be posting the voting link in here in a few minutes, and it will be available throughout the session. Thank you so much for joining us. We are resuming shortly.
Okay. Okay. From this end, can you hear me? From here. Oh, when I'll be seated. Okay. Right. You getting me from here? Can you hear me? You can hear me? And this other end, the live stream? The live stream team? They're still setting, huh? Okay. Check if you can hear me from that end. Yes. The chairs. We'll need two more. Yeah, two more.
Jeff. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2. 1 2. 1 2 2 2. Check.
Mic testing, mic testing, mic testing. You can hear me? You can hear me? And the live stream? The live stream team? You good? Yeah. The whole thing, no. They are around us saying them like this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience and being here with us till now since morning. My name is Chokwe. I'm going to be chairing for you this second session. I also sit in the Patient-Centered Care Committee of the hospital. Our chair, who was not introduced as a chair, Dr. Lydia Okutoi. Please, a round of applause for her. Please stand up. And Dr. Rhoda Kolondu, who's acting as the receptionist there. Please, Rhoda, please come forward. She's making you sign, take your CPD points, find out where you're coming from. And all of us have assumed what her role is. We think she's the senior-most sweeper in the hospital. This is the lady behind this wonderful program that we are having today. Thank you so much. For this particular session, we are going to have a feedback scenario and a discussion being led by Diana Chebet, who's head of quality assurance in the hospital and risk assessment, and that's the work she's been doing. And before I say anything on feedback, somebody today mentioned, please stand up. Please stand up. When he was saying he will give a bad feedback and then a good feedback, we were all waiting for the bad feedback, but I don't think you heard what the good feedback was all about. What did you say?
The feedback was concerned.
Yes.
It was my experience with the anesthetist when he came to introduce himself.
Can you people remember that word? What word was it? Most of the times, anesthetists are known when they are not there. Rarely do anesthetists get recognized. I thank you so much. I'm an anesthesiologist. And that was a personal feedback from a patient, because the rest of these people will write in their codices, they'll write in their notes, anesthetist called, not found, busy, or everything else. So one person who remembers the people who actually interacted with them is what you told us. So thank you very much. It's a positive feedback, and I take it to my clan and tell them people actually realize what you do, not what you don't do. Diana, on behalf of the quality assurance team, please come and take this on.
Professor, I don't know why, but that's the name I know. So I don't know any other name. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. Yeah, this is going to be a very hot session. And in the quality realm, borrowing from the Juran trilogy, Joseph Juran categorizes quality activities into three. There's the quality planning, the quality control, and quality improvement. So Joseph Juran goes further and expounds that when planning for quality, the needs and expectations of the customer have to be factored in. Do we do that? We're going to listen to that shortly. And the quality controls, the feedback from the customers, telling you what quality of services are you offering? How are we turning that feedback into action in the spirit of quality improvement? All protocols observed again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. And I would like to invite my panelists on stage, Miss Idel Queen Mwende, Manager Marketing and Communication, KNH. Please walk to the stage. Mr. Geoffrey Obonyo, Commission on Administrative Justice, karibu sana. Mr. Douglas Owino, Social Health Authority, most welcome. Take the stage, please. And Mr. Joseph Gikonyo, President, Renal Patient Society of Kenya, welcome to the stage. I repeat, this is gonna be a hot discussion here. When SHA and KNH sit at the same platform, it's gonna be hot. So prepare tough questions for the panelists. I know they are very well prepared to answer you with very good feedback, and let's enjoy this session. On my far right, Idel Queen Mwende, Marketing Manager, KNH. She has been an instrumental person in enhancing the hospital's brand visibility, education initiatives, marketing and strategy professional with over 10 years experience. She was honored as a rising star. Yeah, she was honored as a rising star, very important, rising star in marketing during the 5th African Marketers Conference and Award in 2022, organized by the Top Marketers Club. So she brings up using communication as a tool to improve patient care in KNH. Let's give her a hearty clap. Next to Idel, Mr. Geoffrey Obonyo. And it's a coincidence that they're sitting together because they give us feedback. She gives feedback to him, and we need to hear how is he turning that feedback into action in our functions, in our organizations, and in our processes. From CAJ, Mr. Obonyo serves as the Director of Strategy, Research, and Compliance at the Commission on Administrative Justice. His work focuses on promoting administrative justice, public accountability, and better service delivery in public institutions with the experience from previous roles at National AIDS Control Council, the Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs, KIPRA, the Ministry of State for Public Service. He brings a strong background in public sector reform and governance. Mr. Obonyo passionately uses his skills in econometrics, statistics, economics, and policy analysis to strengthen feedback mechanisms in building the citizens' trust. I told you this is going to be a very hot discussion, so prepare tough questions for my panelists. They are very ready to respond to you. Mr. Douglas Owino from the SHA, the mighty SHA, the SHA. Mr. Douglas Owino from the SHA, the Social Health Authority, serves as the Deputy Director for Planning and Linkages at the Social Health Authority. He has vast experience in healthcare risk management, quality assurance, and systems strengthening in both public and private sectors. Previously, he served as Head of Risk and Quality Assurance at Kenyatta National Hospital. We call ourselves your descendants. Yeah, I'm his descendant. He actually set some very good space for us to come take over and work in a very conducive environment. Thank you so much, Mr. Owino. He is very committed to driving healthcare reforms that prioritize patient safety and service excellence. To my immediate right, Mr. Joseph Gikonyo. Good afternoon. Oh, John Gikonyo. Who is Joseph? I think I'm so stuck at Joseph Jurat because I'm so passionate about quality. Yeah, John Gikonyo. You serve as the founding president of the Renal Patient Society of Kenya. Living with chronic kidney disease, you have been a passionate advocate for the rights and empowerment of renal patients across the country. You serve as a leader within the NCD Alliance, championing patients' voice in healthcare policy. His advocacy work has helped shape conversations around access to quality, affordable care for people living with non-communicable diseases. And this afternoon, I'd like to communicate something personal. I recently lost my dad to CKD, and when I see people like John Gikonyo, I am so encouraged that patients living with chronic kidney disease have a safe space within the healthcare industry. Thank you so much for being there. Yeah, another round of applause for my panelists. Yeah, it's a wonderful afternoon, and from the panelists seated up here this afternoon, the beautiful lady and gentlemen from Kenyatta National Hospital. We all know KNH, the apex hospital of the country, the region, the East Africa, east and west of what? How do we say it, Dr. Toy? Yes, that one. So we were established in 1901, and we've undergone numerous growth and transition. We've received a state corporation status in 1987, and we are currently, again, the largest hospital in East and Central Africa. No one wants to say something about that or to agree with that, Sawatu. So we are mandated with the provision of specialized care for referral patients. We provide facilities for medical education and training. We provide facilities for research and innovation in healthcare services, as well as participate in national health policy development at the national level. So our motto is we listen and we care. We have a vision to be a world-class hospital in Kenyatta National Hospital, and our core values and strategic objectives are aligned to improve patient experience by customer-centric. The hospital receives both general and clinical complaints through various avenues like face-to-face to customer care officers spread across the hospital, or patient affairs officers, toll-free phone calls, emails, social media complaints, and compliments. So in case you're looking for where to give us feedback, take note of those points that we have mentioned. And this afternoon, please allow me to recognize the presence of the Chief Manager, Marketing and Communication, Kenyatta National Hospital, Mr. Dave Opio is among us. Yes, the Chief Manager is among us. Yes. Thank you so much. Karibu sana. Thank you for coming. Yeah. From CAJ, Commission on Administrative Justice. This is a constitutional commission established under the Article 59 of the Constitution and the Commission on Administrative Justice Act of 2011. The mandate is to tackle maladministration, improper administration in the public sector. In this regard, the Commission is empowered to, among other things, investigate complaints of delay, abuse of power, unfair treatment, manifest injustice, or discourtesy. Okay, we give another round of applause to our panelists. Mr. Owino from the SHA, yes, the SHA, the Social Health Authority Act, established under Section 25 of the Act, mandated to ensuring a healthier, more equitable future for all through comprehensive coverage and quality care without financial worry. That's a very big statement. Without financial worry. Okay, the benefits include primary healthcare services, emergency care, chronic care, and critical care services. The Social Health Authority ensures that every resident in Kenya can access a comprehensive range of quality healthcare services they need without the burden of financial hardship. A clap for Mr. Owino. Let's give him a clap. Yeah. So from the Renal Patient Society of Kenya, Forum for Dialysis and Kidney Transplant Patients in Kenya, also part of the Global Alliance Non-Communicable Diseases, which does the following functions: advocacy and campaigns, strategic guidance, capacity development, and amplifying and representing the initiative through promotion of advocacy efforts and open communities related to the views and the voices of this initiative, championed by our very own Mr. John Gikonyo. A round of applause to Mr. John Gikonyo. So my worthy panelists, this afternoon, turning feedback into action, this session, what do you think about that? From KNH, Idel, what do you think? What are the mechanisms in place at Kenyatta National Hospital to effectively receive, manage, and act on both positive and negative feedback from patients and staff?
Okay. Thank you, Diana. So as Kenyatta National Hospital, we recognize that the patient, the staff, and all the people that we serve are at the center of all that we do. They're the reason as to why we exist as an institution. So we have various mechanisms for receiving feedback. So we have manned customer service desks across the hospital with customer service personnel who are key to ensuring that we are able to collect both verbal and non-verbal, feedback. So in that way, for the verbal, they assist us in just writing it down on behalf of the person giving us feedback. And for the non-verbal one, we are able to direct them to the customer feedback registers or the various avenues that are there across the hospital. We also have suggestion boxes, very well located across the hospital, where people can share the feedback that they have for particular services that they receive at the hospital. It is also important for us to also remember that we also have customer satisfaction surveys, which we conduct every financial year. Of course, during the collection of feedback, we engage the patients, we engage the relatives for them to just share feedback on what they feel about the services that they have gotten from Kenyatta National Hospital. As I mentioned, we also have customer feedback registers well spread across the hospital, where they also write down their feedback. Social media, as you know, right now is a very powerful tool for people to share their thoughts about certain institutions. So for KNH, we have embraced that for the longest, where we receive feedback, online feedback from our clients. We also have team leaders in various service points, because as you know, and as you've heard, we are the largest referral hospital in the country. And we need people stationed at various service points, and those are our team leaders. They collect feedback from our patients. If families feel that their patients deserve a certain mode of care, then they are able to engage team leaders, and the team leaders are able to collect the feedback and address that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Idel. Mr. Owino from SHA. So given the emotional intensity of the rollout and implementation of Taifa Care Program, how have you managed staff and patients' reaction to the changes?
Thank you very much. Audible? Thank you very much. First, I want to appreciate the platform, this platform, and the organizers. It's very important. And before I dive into it, I just want to inform all of us that we are on the same page. Seated here from SHA, I'm equally a patient and a beneficiary and a SHA. So we need to walk the journey together. I know when we use the word emotion, it becomes very, very sensitive. But again, there's nothing that is not emotional. Probably, I'll say mixed reactions, because even the life we live is emotional. Yes, we've quite received a lot of mixed reactions, both good and both not so good. How do we manage it? We've partnered with various stakeholders. Amongst them, Mr. Gikonyo is here, and maybe can testify that he's walked the journey with us during the defunct NHIF. And again, the most taken care of area, because of the sensitivity, dialysis patients and oncology patients. Just to take you back a bit, when we started the rollout on the 1st of October last year, as SHA, we ensured that the patients under dialysis and oncology patients, the treatment was not disrupted, because if you disrupt treatment for them, then you know the consequences. So we partnered with various healthcare facilities to ensure that the treatment is continued. We also partnered with associations like the patient associations and also the other provider associations. And to that effect, again, we are working closely with the grassroots leadership, the communities. On the facilities, a good example of KNH, we even have offices located. We even have front offices in various facilities where we have the desks. So we've been able to manage these mixed reactions. But again, the challenge we have is that the media always pick one incident, but the good incidences, they never highlight. So I'll just say that we have mixed reactions, some with those high emotions and low emotions, but we are working closely with various partners to ensure that the correct message is reaching out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Owino. Back to you. What strategies are in place to ensure that Taifa Care continues to be well received nationwide? What strategies are in place?
There are very many strategies that we are working on. One of them is effective communication. We realize that sometimes the bloggers and social media can beat you if you don't communicate effectively. So there's been continuous engagement with various stakeholders. We are also reaching out through our social media platforms to sensitize and enlighten the public. So there are quite a lot of things that we're currently doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Owino. Mr. Obonyo, from the CAJ, what are the most common healthcare related complaints you receive?
Thank you very much. Let me just start by underscoring the mandate of the Commission. The Commission on Administration, also known as as you rightly put, is in its mandate. One is to tackle maladministration, that is by promoting administrative justice in the public. The second mandate is to promote the right of information as enshrined in Article 35 of the Constitution, whereby we oversee and enforce implementation of the access to information. But for the purposes of this symposium, we'll focus on the first mandate, which is that one of promoting administrative justice. And here we are going to look at the various forms of maladministration that we address. So as a commission, just to give a background first of all, is that we investigate complaints on abuse of power, unfair treatment, manifest injustice and unlawful, oppressive or vicious conduct, and also look into allegations of maladministration like discourtesy, misbehavior, mistreatment, and fair treatment of clients when they visit public services. So from our point where we see some of the common complaints received on health-related challenges. We recently did a spot check in a wide spectrum of counties such as Nyamira and Murang'a. We did find that there are complaints, especially on the care side from the SHA, where we have some issues such as system downtowns and also lengthy pre-approval processes. But coming home to Kenyatta, where we are, we also find that there are some complaints that we have received as a commission. I must begin by appreciating that our health care organizations are doing a good job, but there are areas that we're getting feedback where we want improvement. For example, there were complaints against some staff where they were saying there's elements of discourtesy manifested. So we are handling some complaints on discourtesy against staff. We have some complaints on mistreatment of staff, especially those staff that are under the USAID complaints. We have that complaint. They're complaining of unfair treatment. And then the others are much more like administrative. We have a complaint against somebody complains that they have been denied, a body for burial because of administrative matters like not being able to clear the bills. Though the law says that we shouldn't use that as lien to claim our rights of being paid. So those are some of the issues we face, but among the complaint, what is leading is discourtesy. Yes, thank you.
How have the mechanisms put in place by CAJ? How has the CAJ feedback to KNH improved the culture of quality care to patients?
The feedback that we give to CAJ has ensured that the public have trust in KNH because apart from just having the institution that they receive service from handling their complaints, there's another institution that also assists in just overseeing that these complaints are being addressed. Yeah.
Okay, back to CAJ. So how do you follow up that KNH has implemented all these mechanisms? How do you follow up? How often do you follow up?
We have a structured way of handling complaints. So first of all, we have a framework whereby once the complainant has come to our place, first of all, we screen that complaint and see whether it falls rightly within our mandate. Once we have taken it on board, that is intake of the complaint, we normally solve complaints through inquiry. So inquiries, in this case, is we are able to get in touch to the person complained against. So in this case, if it's KNH that has been complained about, we get in touch because we believe that the institution being complained about are the experts on those matters. So we try to build their capacity so that they solve the complaint at that point. So what we do is we communicate to KNH through writing a letter or an inquiry, what we call an inquiry. And then we expect KNH to respond within 14 days. And in most cases that happens. Where it doesn't happen that way, we do a reminder. And once we do a reminder, we give you 7 days. So that is the procedure we follow to ensure that a complaint has been resolved. So from there, we then, issue once we have given you a reminder, which takes 7 days, we then, if you don't respond, that's within the 7 days. But not many institutions get to that point. Most of them do respond within the 14 days or the 7 days. So in case now an institution doesn't respond within those 21 days, 14 plus 7, we issue a notice to show cause. So this to show cause is issued to the individual being complained against. And basically, what is there is that we are telling you we can cite you as an responsive public officer, and we will be in a position to write your name as unfit to hold a public office if you are not responding. So normally most people respond at that time, and where they don't respond, we issue summons where we have like a sitting. It's more like a quasi-judicial system where we summon you and we get to, explain the issues. Then from there, depending on the case, we may go for alternative dispute resolution, where we might follow alternative resolution measures like conciliation or negotiation. Just alternative dispute resolution mechanisms are employed to ensure that we resolve that complaint. So that is the procedure that we follow. Finally, once we have done that, we can then issue a determination. So a determination here is like a judgment, where now if you are told this is the maladministration you did and the consequences, and in most cases we don't get to that point. Most of the resolutions are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, CAJ. But you mentioned that there is a provision to follow up on the person being complained about if they do not respond. Equally, is there a provision to follow up on the person who has received the services to resolve the complaint to establish their satisfaction? How do we measure? Are they satisfied, or we stop at this has done and that's it?
Yeah.
At each stage, we will keep giving feedback to the complainants. We keep the complainant updated, and so how it goes is that once we have resolved the complaint up to a determination point, in most cases, we find that the complainant is satisfied because the complaint against institution, in this case, let's say Kenyatta, does what we have been, negotiating. They're able to do that. So the complainant will be answered. But in case the resolution, what we agreed between us and KNH, the resolution we reached against, and we find that the complainant is not satisfied with the way we resolve that case, we have an appeal mechanism where now, again, that complainant appeals to our chairperson. Now, that process goes from the secretariat to the office of the chairperson, who is the ombudsman of the country, and then you are able to listen to that appeal, and a resolution will be reached at. Thank you.
Much. Thank you so much, my wonderful panelists. Audience, it's clear that when it comes to giving feedback, many patients experience feelings of shyness or apprehension in their interaction with the healthcare providers. This often results in reluctance in sharing honest opinions, raising concerns, or asking questions about the care they receive. As a result, valuable insight that could contribute to service improvement may be withheld. On the other hand, healthcare providers may sometimes adopt a paternalistic approach, receiving feedback defensively or dismissively, which discourages open communication. So recognizing and addressing these dynamics is critical to nurturing a culture where feedback is genuinely valued and used to drive improvement in the quality of care. On the patient's perspective, patient feedback typically comprises both positive and negative. I believe we've all been patients at one point in life, or if we've not, may the name of the living God or Allah be praised, and don't wish to be sick, quote unquote. But if you've been a patient and attended a hospital at a given point, you either come out of that facility with a positive or a negative feedback, right? So there is a widespread perception that public institutions do not always receive such feedbacks openly, and even less frequent act upon them. But today from this panel, we are confident that KNH has a very robust feedback mechanism, and the CAJ receives feedback from KNH, and there's a back communication on what actions are supposed to be taken and what actually is happening with regards to the complainant and the complaints that are fronted to the CAJ through the marketing and communication function of KNH. We've also seen from SHA, we've heard what Mr. Wino from SHA has communicated to us. So this panel has actually offered insights into how they receive, how they manage, and how they act on this feedback, and how we can jointly establish a transparent and a more responsive feedback culture in our institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next point of interaction with my wonderful panelists on feedback to action, the challenges and the successes around feedback to action. How has KNH created a balance between accountability and transparency in response to negative feedback?
So Kenyatta National Hospital, as guided by the core values, one of them being accountability and also transparency, we have been able to work with the Patient Affairs Unit, which has been instrumental to ensuring that complaints received from patients and relatives and the family are resolved. They are followed up on in instances where they need follow-up. Secondly, we have monitoring avenues or tools where we are able to check whether the feedback that is being given to Kenyatta National Hospital is actually being closed. We also ensure that for incidents that are reported to us or feedback that is given to us, we give continuous updates, especially for those complaints that cut across a large population. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And what are the challenges of turning feedback into action in KNH?
So there are various challenges which we have found ways to navigate, but ideally the challenges will be, of course, interference from the public or from the patients and the relatives. Sometimes we just normally appreciate that we let our patient affairs unit work on the particular feedback given to us as an institution. Of course, whenever we feel that it's important for the family to be brought on board, for them to give us a valuable input for us to, satisfy the customer at the end of the day, then we are normally able to do that through patient affairs. Any other challenge I will think about? Of course, there's definitely what we call, I'm just trying to think about any other challenge. On matters that we can't resolve on the spot, we normally have to escalate that to the senior management. Of course, that lead time is a challenge because, of course, everyone is waiting for feedback, or rather for a resolution to be made about a certain complaint. So, of course, that's also a challenge. The fact that there's feedback that, or rather, there are complaints that we cannot resolve on the spot, and that also needs us to escalate to senior management for advice.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. John Gikonyo, how do your members provide feedback to their care experience from various facilities in the country?
Thank you. Finally, Mefkio. I was starting to get worried. I'm sitting right next to you, and thank you very much. Before I answer you, let me take you back to my introduction. I'm a kidney patient, like you said, living with a kidney transplant. I'll be marking 10 years next, and that transplant was done here at KNH. So I am a KNH product. Oh, no,
So this is a good feedback. Let's clap for KNH. And there's a testimony and a good feedback.
For me.
Yeah. Okay, clap. Clap for KNH.
Kenyatta National Hospital, because they turned around my life in otherwise what would have been a very difficult journey. And it's a good events when, from being sad for being a patient to being clapped for being a patient. That's a good thing. And I wish every patient would have that experience. Now, you asked how do we give feedback? And I think let's start by defining feedback. What is feedback? In the context of what we are talking about is any action, any response that you get from a patient, whether it's a smile, whether it's a scream, whether it's God forbid, a punch in the face, because that all happens, it is feedback.
Yes.
And what happens is upon. So if I give you feedback and you're not acting on it or responding, then what happens is I'll stop, because I'll see there's no use for giving you feedback. Secondly, a lot of times patients feel discouraged from talking, from engaging the healthcare professionals. And what happens is that when the patient is unable to respond, to give feedback, talk, there is real potential to do harm. Because when you do something that is painful, it should not be painful, but because I cannot speak, then you will not know as a health professional. Let me illustrate this with a story. A man goes to a dentist, and he's put on the dentist chair, and the dentist assistant puts a prop in his mouth, and the dentist is in pain. And the dentist is like, I've not touched you. But now this guy can't speak because there's something in the mouth. So when it's removed, that's when he says, you're stepping on my foot. So it's unrelated to the procedure, but there is harm happening. But because the patient cannot speak, it's difficult to be able to relay that information. So it is very, very important that patients are encouraged to speak up, to say what they are feeling, to give their opinions, and even more importantly, to ask questions. And when they do, they should be able to get genuine answers for this. Now, how do we give feedback? I'll give an example of KNH, because a lot of us come to KNH, and even people who get, for example, their kidney transplants elsewhere, they usually end up coming to KNH for their renal clinics, because they are better. I would say there are better services at KNH. It's easier to access KNH than other places. It's cheaper, and also you get other benefits like the post-transplant drugs, which we're getting through Social Health Authority at the moment, and are only available here at KNH. So we have tried all manner of methods to to give feedback. Let me start with my favorite feedback avenue, which is such a suggestion book at Pharmacy 40. And when we go there and we get frustrated in that small room, we write in that book. And those of you who can access that book, I would like you to go and have a look at it, and you will see the kind of things that we have written. And for the longest time, nothing happens. There's no change. We're still going through the same challenges. And at one point, I took a pen and said, Leo nitatuma salamu, in that book. And I sent greetings to everybody. And that's still feedback, but the feedback here is frustration. We are using the avenue you have given us. You are not responding, so what are we supposed to do? And what we were asking for example, is a cash point at Pharmacy 40. Why? Because when you come for a clinic, renal clinic, you go to the renal unit where you need to pay for consultation. Then you go to the lab, then you need to pay for labs. Then you see the doctor, you'll be given a prescription, which you'll take to Pharmacy 40, which they will charge through the system. Then you go and queue again at a cash point. And you're just going back and forth. And we're like, why can't we have one cash point where we can pay? And we are asking these things, and it's not happening. After seeing, let me continue. After seeing this is not working, then I wrote to the finance director about it, and I didn't get a response. So we wrote to the head of the renal unit, and we said, okay, write directly opposite the back door, the renal unit. It faces the cash point at the administration place. If it's not possible to get a cashier for us and everything, can this door be opened on Tuesdays when we come here for clinic so that it's just easy to get across and come back? And now, the reason we are concerned about going to a cash point is not just because it's crowded. It's because as a renal patient taking immunosuppressants, you are exposed to opportunistic infections, which you can get from other people. And when you got a transplant, these are the same people who told you, please don't go to a wedding, don't go to church, don't go to a crowded place because you might get something. Then 2 weeks later, when you came for clinic, you went and queued with children and women and sick people, and you're wondering, okay. So you go back to the renal unit and they tell you, that's not our mandate. That's someone else. So you go to someone else, you write to them, and they don't respond. It becomes so frustrating. So we would like to have genuine engagement, and we would like to see feedback. It becomes even more frustrating when I get a different experience in a foreign country. And I'm going to give you this example to illustrate what I'm talking about. In 2022, I was attending a conference in Rwanda, in Kigali, Rwanda. And so I had 2 events which were like 2 or 3 days apart. So in between, I had some free time. So I decided, let me look for the Renal Patient Society of Rwanda, if there is one. So I go to the internet and type Rwanda kidney patient. So it brings all manner of things. Then I see a name of a doctor who had made some comments during the World Kidney Day of that year. So I go and look for that doctor, and I see she's a doctor at King Faisal Hospital. King Faisal is the KNH of Rwanda. So I go to King Faisal Hospital, then I see info at kingfaisal.org. So I write an email out of the internet, and I say, I've seen there's a doctor called Dr. Mumina Ahmed. Please give me her contact. I'm from Kenya, and I would like to contact her. That was about 9 p.m. The following morning, I have a response from King Faisal Hospital with the doctor's full names and telephone number.
Very good.
A hospital. And when I got the doctor, I called her and she responds and says, I have not met any such group, but I will ask around. She asks around, she finds them and arranges for a meeting out of an internet address. So we need to end this culture of opacity in Kenya. And there is this general fear in Kenya of writing things We fear so much. Even you engage people and they tell you, and don't quote me. Don't quote me. There is this fear that we don't want to write, like, and the writing is coming because I have written to you, so you don't want to respond because you don't want to be seen to be saying things that you shouldn't be. So there is need for genuine, honest engagement, and I'm very, very, very excited that we are having this conversation because it has, in my experience, and this experience going back for quite a number of years, it has been very, very frustrating.
Yeah, thank you so much. So allow me to ask Idel, a manager, marketing and communication, KNH. Je, salamu mulipata? Mulisalimika? Tell us something about that.
Hiyo salamu Mr. Gikonyo, kusema ukweli, hiyo hatujapata. However, as I was saying, one of the challenges that probably we experience is also that probably the people on the ground at that particular service point have not reported that particular complaint to marketing and communication. However, to address such future challenges, patient affairs will bear me witness that we're in the process of automation, where we will ensure that complaints everywhere in the hospital are recorded online by the patients themselves. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, KNH. And Shah, Mr. Owino, how has the feedback received from healthcare facilities? Now, this is your time to shine, my worthy audiences. So how has Shah acted on the feedback from healthcare facilities on the implementation of services through Shah? How have you handled this feedback from healthcare facilities seated here this wonderful afternoon?
Thank you.
The microphone team. We need to hear from
Thank you very much. I think we are a good example of turning feedback into action. And before I go into that, Mr. Gikonyo here can testify to that we turned the feedback that we've been receiving, the complaints from the kidney patients, into action. We never used to cover pre-transplant evaluation and post. Now it is fully covered, even the package is enhanced. So that's a real example of how we've turned that. In terms of engaging and turning feedback from healthcare facilities, of course, I'll get to the point where my colleague here talked about system downtime. We may have two scenarios of downtime. One of them may be the LAN, local area network, which sometimes people confuse that it is the SHA network.
Is it true? Is it?
I'm coming there, please. When you have a challenge of the local area network, it is your local internet issues. But when we have the countrywide downtime, then that should be the SHA system. But again, how we've acted on that, we've really enhanced our systems. And for the last, I think, 4 months, we've never had complaints on that. In terms of approvals, delays in approvals and all that, we've gotten that feedback quite sometimes. And I want to tell you that any new thing, when it's starting, it must have a challenge. I don't think there's any of us here seated who has no challenge. If you don't have a challenge, carry up your hand. So any new thing, any person, even something that has lasted several years, even the NHS of the UK, which has lasted almost 50 or 30 years so, they still have the issues of waiting time. That's a developed country. By the way, fellow Kenyans, you need to clap for yourself, because if you compare Africa continent in terms of, you see where we are, I think we are doing quite well.
In fact, to be honest, some countries don't even take care of cancer issues and dialysis. The only problem we have is that we don't appreciate that good thing that we have. We just want to complain from Monday to Friday, but we don't appreciate any good moment that we have. So we've actually, in terms of the waiting times and approvals, it has, there are certain components that have been fully automated. For instance, I'll give you an example. If you apply for approval for CT scan or MRI, it is instant. Anybody who has experienced that? It goes through quickly in a matter of seconds. And again, messaging. As a patient, share beneficiary, anytime you go to a facility for any kind of a service, you get instant messaging that this has been approved, this is being done. So there's quite a lot of good things that are going on. But again, as you put it, we need really to shout about them. And again, we are all partners in this. As we shout, help us shout about the good things. But again, I'm not saying that there are no challenges. Tell us those challenges. In quality, we talk about continual improvement. Thank you very much.
Please, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, if I may add to that, like I said, we have a renal benefits package which covers dialysis. Dialysis is covered at 2 sessions a week at 10,650. That's a carryover from NHIF. What we have new from SHA is pre-transplant evaluations, and then we have an improvement of the transplant package from 500,000 to 700,000. And what we have been calling for the last 10 years is a post-transplant care, both medication and drug and laboratories, which are now available. Now, these were put in the package, but they did not become immediately available. So what did we do? We went to KNH and said, there is this package, it is in black and white, and we are not getting it. And KNH sent us to the SHA office within the KNH grounds, and we went there, and there was some back and forth, and eventually, and I would like to point out Dr. Maranga Wambugu in the renal unit, because he really worked hard now with SHA officials to come up with a mechanism of how that benefit package can be activated and become available. So the first few weeks we were able to get drugs. Now we have onboarded the laboratory services. We are now looking at getting donors included, because a lot of donors disappear after donating and they don't come for checkups. We want to see if they can also get labs. Now, what am I trying to say is that sometimes when you go and find something that should be available under social health authority is not available, it's not just enough to get frustrated and go back home. Try to push and find out why isn't it available. Work with your facility, give some feedback to social health authority, and try to work out with them and the facility so that whatever is preventing that package or that benefit from being available is able to become available, and people should be able to access it. Currently, I think because of the work that the KNH renal unit has put in, it's only KNH where the renal labs and renal pre-transplant evaluation is available in the country, despite it being available to other hospitals. But since they have not gone out and tried to onboard it within their systems, their patients are still struggling or coming to KNH. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just allow me to, I didn't finalize.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yekonyo. And
Actually, power in advocacy, right?
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Just one word. When I stepped in here, I had one of the participants saying SHA is not working. Thank you, because what you have said has demystified the narrative that SHA is not working. SHA is working. Just tell us areas to improve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We give them a clap. Yeah, there's actually power in advocacy. Today we are learning a lot from Mr. Gikonyo and from Mr. Owino. Kinaeleweka? Kinaeleweka? Yes, I can see we don't have like a lot of puzzled questions, faces, yeah. we are all understanding and we are getting it. So kinaeleweka vizuri sana. And one last question about feedback into action. KNH, CAJ, SHA, is a lot of feedback a good thing? Or does it sometimes stands as a root cause to many challenges on your end? CAJ?
Yeah, for us, we see feedback as a good thing, whether positive or negative. If it's positive, it gives you indication of the areas you are doing well, where we expect you to upscale and maintain. If it's negative, that tells you issues or that require corrective action. So we take feedback as a good thing. Thank you.
SHA, is so many feedback a good thing? Or is it a root cause to many challenges in your organization?
Thank you very much. I think feedback is very important, not just a good thing. It's very important to get feedback. Any creativity, innovation comes from feedback. But again, let us not forget the positive aspect of feedback, because if you don't give the accolades, appreciations, we can lose the gains that we've made. So it is important to focus both sides. Positive feedback, sustain, and even do much better. The negative ones and the areas to identify brings creativity and innovativity. I take an example of these telecom companies like Safaricom. Every now and then, they see them rolling out new products. They do that because they get the feedback from us. So feedback is quite a very important thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From KNH? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead, yeah.
You know, we are only talking about feedback from a patient or from one point to SHA or to the hospital. But we also need feedback from the institutions. For the same reason, Coca-Cola is the most selling soft drink, but they still advertise. So why are they advertising and we are already taking it? It's because they're giving you feedback that we are still the best, we are still taking care of you, and which I don't think is true, but that's what they're trying to tell you. Now, Douglas is complaining here about the media and saying the media only amplifies the bad things. But Douglas, SHA is quiet. You're not amplifying the good things. The same thing with even the hospital. There are miracles happening here every day. But do we get to hear about them? No. So I would say, you know, hospitals are like aeroplanes. There are thousands of aeroplanes in the year. It's estimated about 30,000 at any one time in the sky. But you only get to hear about the one that crashes. Moja ikianguka, breaking news, Boeing 747 crashed, 100 dead. Same with hospitals. Miracles happening here every minute. One mistake, it goes around the whole world. Oh, someone got beheaded at KNH, somebody got the wrong surgery at KNH. But because that's the only thing coming out of KNH, that's what sticks to your mind. So I would also challenge both KNH and SHA, tell us about the good things. And even if you overload us with the good things that you're doing, and some of us are willing to speak about the good things KNH is doing, what SHA is doing. So if you engage us, we'll come and bear testimony about the good things, because for all intents and purposes, KNH is working and SHA is working. But let me tell you the SHA that is not working, because there is a SHA that is not working. The SHA that you have not registered for,
yeah,
and you have not paid for, that one is not going to work.
Sure.
And, you know, if you go to Muthaiga Club, you know Muthaiga Club, where you have people like Kibaki who go there. Then you find them there at the parking complaining that sausages have been removed from the menu. And you join and say, yeah, unajua hiyo ni mbaya sana. And you are not a member. What the hell are you talking about? Ikiwekwa, ikitolewa, it's not your concern because you are not a what?
A member.
You are not a member. So kwanza ingia SHA, ucomplain ukiwa huko ndani. Useme niko hapa lakini sina hii. Thank you.
That's a very powerful point. Complain while in. Don't complain when you've not even enrolled for SHA, okay? Yes, KNH, what do you think about the many feedback we receive?
Like the one.
Yeah, and as at today, this afternoon, we've seen a potential brand ambassador for KNH.
He is
Yeah, you
actually a
can
brand
come.
ambassador for
Yeah.
KNH. He's not potential, he is a brand ambassador.
Thank
He is
you.
actually known by most of us, yes? Yeah?
Yeah.
He's known by most of us in KNH.
Mhm.
So of course, for us, we value feedback, and we believe that that wide range of experiences, or what people experience in the institution, helps us improve. And as Bill Gates once said, we love the people that give us feedback because it helps us improve. Yeah. And then I would also want to probably just slightly address what Mr. Gikonyo has said. We have really tried as a marketing and communication department to ensure that we highlight the milestones that KNH has experienced or has achieved through the last several years. I believe we have all seen the improvement that there has been in communication of those particular milestones. So I believe we deserve a clap for that, even if there are instances where there is negative feedback that goes out to the media and it escalates and it becomes the popular news. Remember, if you are not on our social media channels, then you will not probably get to know about our milestones. So I encourage each one of you to just join in the conversation on social media, see what the team is doing to amplify the beautiful image of KNH.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to give our Chief Manager, Marketing and Communication 1 minute. We are celebrating you, Mr. Dave Opio. We are celebrating you for the great milestones. We clap for Dave Opio as he prepares to speak. The great milestones that KNH has achieved, courtesy of our Chief Manager, Marketing and Communication. Say something. 1 minute. 59 seconds to. The mic, where's the mic? No, we can't hear you.
That's the question.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Please, welcome. Sorry, we can't hear you. We can't see you. We need to see you. We clap for him as he comes. Huh? We need to see you. Welcome, Dave Opio, the Chief Manager, Kenyatta National Hospital. So we clap for him till he joins us on stage.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to see you. Karibu.
Now I think I'm visible now, right?
No, they don't want to turn and see you. Please, can we clap for him once more? Yeah, Dave is coming. Yeah. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for coming.
I'll describe this as a total ambush. I was not prepared for this. But as my colleague Idel has said, I'm a journalist by profession, by the way. And in our journalism class, we are taught that when a man bites a dog, that's news. And when a dog bites a man, that's not news. Okay? That is why we see the media most of the time focusing on the negative stories that occur in our institutions. Okay? So our main task is to improve the hospital's brand. Okay? Most of the time we pitch stories to our media houses on the milestones that we do as a hospital. Some are interested, yes. Some are not interested because it's not the man biting the dog. Okay? So what we do is this. Since we do not control the airwaves, we do not control the newspaper pages, we fully make use of our social media pages to amplify the positive stories that happen in Kenyatta. How many of us are following us on social media? Our Facebook pages, our Twitter pages, TikTok, and stuff. Just go to our pages and see the kind of stories that we do at Kenyatta. You'll be amazed. The kind of pardon? What are these? Oh, Our Facebook page is Kenyatta National Hospital Official, right? That's our Facebook page. Our X page is KNH_hospital. Our TikTok at KNH official page. Instagram. Yes. So you will see the kind of stories that are coming out of this hospital. You'll be amazed because we actually control that space. The media we don't control. We don't determine what goes on air. Sadly, what happens, happens, but we try our best to amplify what KNH does. Thank you.
Dave, Chief Manager, Kenyatta National Hospital, Marketing and Communication. As a parting shot, my panelists, what feedback should never be ignored? What feedback should never be ignored? Mr. Gikonyo.
All feedback.
All feedback, thank you. Sha, what feedback should the health systems and hospital not ignore with regards to Sha? Another mic, please. It's there. Yeah, what feedback should never be?
Yes, I think the problem, they don't want me to talk about the feedback. But I will say all feedback from all stakeholders and from all Kenyans, and even beyond the boundaries of Kenya, we can't ignore.
Thank you so much.
Because we are a benchmark for the continent.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Benchmark for the continent. Sure. Thank you so much. CAJ?
Thank you. All feedback should not be ignored. When we started the session, we talked of turning feedback into action in a hospital setting. So in a hospital setting like this, it will help to improve patient care, staff satisfaction, safety, and the overall operations of the hospital. So yes, feedback is very important. Thank you.
NH, what feedback should never be ignored?
Okay, I believe that all feedback should be addressed, okay? Both compliments and complaints, okay? And for me, I think the highlight will be anything that is addressing maybe the patient safety, a concern about patient safety. Also, I think recurring complaints should also be addressed because those may morph into crisis. And also anything that touches on discrimination, such as sexual harassment.
Yeah, thank you so much. So this gives me, reminds me of a popular saying, the usinyamaze ongea. Usinyamaze ongea. Don't fear that this feedback might impact me in a negative way. Speak up. It will help one person and it will help the system in the long run. Thank you so much, my wonderful panelists. I've been your moderator, Diana Chebet. And thank you so much for listening to us and have a beautiful afternoon. Back to the session chair.
We have room for one or two burning questions. The feedback must come from here. Don't go to that, what was it called, the Instagram page or something. Let's say it here now. Two burning questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Kamau. I'm a health worker and also a patient at KNH. I'm a health worker and a patient at KNH. And my experience at KNH has so far been good. About SHA, I can say it's working. I don't know about, he highlighted about outpatient services. I don't know about outpatient services. I only know about inpatient. Downtime when it comes to SHA, sometimes we are forced to wait for 2 days or even more. I have at some point complained to the Patient Affairs Unit and also to the CAJ, the Office of the Ombudsman. And I think my complaints were addressed. The one complaint I feel was not addressed was on, I think the theme for today's symposium was on affordability, right? Outpatient services. We are using e-citizen to make our payments. So when I go to my clinic, I'll have to pay 1,100, but on top of that, I'll pay the e-citizen charges, that is 50 shillings. I'll also be sent to the lab. I'll pay another extra 50 shillings. When I go to the pharmacy, I'll pay another 50 shillings. And mark you, there is a transaction charges. And for the to add on that, there's the dispensing fee at the pharmacy. So I don't know where else you can be sent, but maybe to the imaging center. So all these charges, I feel they should be waived. Yes. So another of my complaint is not really a complaint, but a suggestion. I don't know how the staff welfare does for Kenyatta National Hospital, but I feel we should also look at MHPSS for the staff, mental health and psychosocial support. I believe most of them go through a lot. I think that is why sometimes when we interact with them, we don't really, at some point we feel like I've been bullied. That is, yes, so for now, that is my complaint. I think the waiver part you should actually consider that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the question was directed to KNH, right? To KNH, take notes. To SHA. Okay.
Diana, we take several, then
we take. Yeah. Let's respond to this. We respond to questions as they come. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, SHA.
Thank you for that. I think basically what I'm getting is probably lack of information that should be flowing to you on the ground. We have a gazetted benefits and tariffs by the Cabinet Secretary, which is a public document. You can even access it online. It covers both outpatient packages, inpatient packages, radiological services, and any other service, including the last expense, emergency and all that. Recently, ICU HDU has been enhanced. Now it is 28,000 per day. The issue that you're addressing probably, how do you access those packages? That should be the issue. And again, I want to emphasize this. All the SHA contracted healthcare providers and health facilities should operate within the gazetted benefits and tariffs. So in any case that you feel that you are being told to pay for something that has been gazetted and they are fully contracted by us, then probably we could have gotten that from the CAJ to address that specific issue if you channeled it. And again, we also have our SHA offices here. Again, there's a toll-free number, 147, you can call if you feel that you are being made to pay for certain packages that are fully covered. Beyond this, probably we can engage and find out what are these issues so that the next visits, you should not pay for services that are fully covered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? We pick two. Oh, there's a hand here. A comment. Oh, there's a comment to back the SHA response. Thank you.
Allow me to stand. So I think with regard to SHA, KNH is a level 6, and so our mandate becomes a little different. And the issue of payment, it's not a SHA payment, it is an e-citizen issue. So the hospital had your feedback because you cannot pay for multiple services. The code has to be specific. So it means you'll pay for each specific one and each will accrue that 50 bob. So the management went to the relevant authority and requested for that to be reduced. So they've given us a bandwidth of, with this amount of money, so you cannot be paying 100 bob and you add 50 shillings as a cost for the transaction. So I think that is being implemented. Rachel, is it already on the ground? Yeah, so we got a positive response that they will titrate. So the range is between 10 shillings to that, is it 50 or 100, depending on the amount of money the patient is paying. So that is e-citizen is run by the Office of the President. Yeah, that is from the Office of the President. It is not SHA. Yeah, but when it comes to the inpatient services that are within what SHA contracts us for, we do not co-charge. We do not add an extra fee for surgery if you've come to our general wards. Yeah, so it depends on where. So at level 6, it's mandate with regard to SHA, the contracted services, and not the primary healthcare services. That's why when somebody does not meet the criteria of being emergency services, we give them the option that you can have that care elsewhere for the purpose of running a level 6.
Thank you so much, Dr. With the interest of time, please allow me to take only one tough question, just one tough. If it's not tough, please sit down. I need one tough question as we close.
Just a minute. We have a group of patients, laryngeal papilloma. We need to have one of them speak. Lucy?
Thank you so much. I'm not so sure. I know there are some clients or patients who are to be here. Maybe I can ask the question on their behalf. My name is Jacqueline Andal, a nurse in KNH. Thanks to the panelists. This question is to SHA. I would want to appreciate, you have told us that the most taken care of patients are those with dialysis, for dialysis and oncology patients. Now in ENT, we have these respiratory papilloma patients who feel disadvantaged. I'm wondering, probably on their behalf, what would it take for us also to be part and parcel of the most taken care of patients? Then I have a scenario that I have come across, probably you'll also shed some light, that one patient, two patients with the same procedure, one is rejected by SHA. What happens in such instances? Thank you.
Thank you, Andal.
Jeff. That was a tough question. Okay, now I want to correct something first. Don't use the most taken care of as if some Kenyans are more equal than others. I was just saying that during transition, because of the sensitivity of continuity of care, we ensured that care was not disrupted by engaging the various healthcare providers to ensure that the ones on dialysis and on chemotherapy were really continued. And again, the nature of care that is needed is also very expensive. That is why the government also enhanced and even included the chronic critical illness package to take care of that, because that is where our resources get depleted because you are on long-term medication. So we are treating Kenyans equally. So let me correct that. In terms of the patients, the ENT issues, recently the CS gazetted a panel to review the benefits and tariffs, and very soon they'll hit the ground. If there's a feeling that there's certain categories of patients that are not taken care of, you'll have a platform to submit the needs or what you think can be done. So don't lose that opportunity. And I was giving example of my good friend, Mr. Gikonyo. They have been very proactive and engaging, and that is why they've been able to even negotiate so that almost all the things that have been really not taken care of are now considered. So keep tracking on that panel, the committee that have been gazetted to look at the benefits and tariffs. Are you satisfied? And by the way, I used to work at KNH. Yes, so yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Allow me to make a small correction. I've had this mentioned once.
Per second, please.
Patients are not clients or customer. A patient is a patient. The name patient has certain connotations that cannot be conveyed if you call us clients, customers. So, tafadhali, patient ni be patient. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So clap for our wonderful panelists, and we also clap back to you, our worthy audience. We take the session back to the session chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just two little comments that are very important. One, the feedback from the renal team and what has gone on throughout. Change in life, acceptance, and coming to a better person. And your best marketing tool is your last customer. Handle him well, he will come back and tell the rest of the people where to find your services. Second thing to share about the ENT patients. Andal has worked in the ENT space for the longest time I've known her. I've been here for 30 years, and she's been in that ward. She probably said it gently, but what she's describing is actually life-threatening emergency. So it might just be said on a light touch, but it is something out of this meeting you probably need to go and look at acutely, because those are patients who come to us from a region where they do not have the kind of platform and luxury of the renal patients who we see over a period of time. These are patients who come in, and if we don't act on them immediately, we will easily lose them. Anyway, thank you very much for accepting to sit with us, explain to us, and demystify your areas of the. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you. That was the feedback session. There's a QR code that had been posted on. We also need your feedback for two things. One, there were posters that are on the outside, which we hope you get a feedback from you, on the judgment as to what those posters mean, and your feedback as to how you have found this particular session with us today. It is not easy to keep people in attendance for the length of the day that we have had today, and we are truly grateful that you're still with us. We've heard of global warming, green energy, and the likes, and we've also heard of global policy shifts. Unfortunately, some of those shifts have affected how healthcare is presented on the planet today, and that mainly relates to financing. We have a global researcher and a person who works with us in KNH on the African platform and also globally. Dr. Mugo Cyrus is going to take us through this next session to tell us how this changing environment of financing and placement has put us in a predicament, or which way we can innovate to make sure health services are not lost on the planet. Dr. Mugo.
Thank you so much, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, this is an exciting session. We've had, I think our session probably should have come after, before the session on SHA, because the things that we're going to raise will actually be placing on the head of SHA to try and see what we can do about the gaps we are now seeing. Just a little background about myself. I work for the Department of Research, and my research is largely in implementation research, which means that we are at the tail end. When you have good products, we ask ourselves, how do we get these good products to be used by patients? We also do some research on health system strengthening, basically looking at our systems and seeing which are the best ways that we can optimize them. We also do work specifically on some of the conditions that you've talked about in the previous session, chronic kidney disease, HIV, and so on. And our panel, the one that is coming next, is very experienced in these areas, in doing this work. And we will basically be thinking about, we've heard about, USAID, we've heard about Trump, we've heard about Global Fund, and all the disruptions we've had throughout this year. How is that impacting our service delivery? And the next question is, so what next? When we are thinking about financing our healthcare. In our panel today, we will have at least three. Dr. Kutoi will tell me whether she still wants to join the panel. We have Mr. Charles Ogutu from Haki, and under his leadership, the Haki Group has been instrumental in combating HIV/AIDS through initiatives such as psychosocial and nutritional support for orphans and vulnerable children, and post-test counseling clubs. The organization also focuses on economic empowerment projects to support affected families. Mr. Ogutu's commitment to community health and empowerment has made Haki a vital resource in the fight against HIV here in Nairobi, in Kibera. Please, Mr. Ogutu, when you're ready, you can come up. We'll also be joined by Dr. Mike Mulongo from the Tunu Consulting Hub. He holds a decade of experience in health system strengthening and policy development. He has served as a technical lead in health financing consultancies locally, regionally, and globally, contributing to development of guidelines on health financing and the primary healthcare models. Dr. Mulongo has provided advisory services to World Bank, WHO, UNICEF, focusing on sustainable health financing and equity. He is an acclaimed Mandela Washington Fellow and was one of the founding members of the Society of Quality Healthcare in Kenya. And we have Dr. John Kinuthia, the Director of Training and Research at Kenyatta National Hospital, also a leader in implementation research here in Kenya, in women health, adolescent health, including HIV, and HIV and preterm care, and many of, he has a wide range, including mental health, a very, very wide range of research across these disciplines. I think we are now ready with the mics. I don't know that, yeah. So Mike, I think we got our mics. We can come up and we can start our discussion. Karibuni sana. All right, so we have several objectives for this session, and one will be to think about the impact of the policy changes that we've experienced. It's been a very intense 4 months. Those of us who are in this space, and Dr. Kinuthia will speak a little about the kind of funding landscape we have, especially at KNH, and a lot of the research that we do. It's been, very, very eventful. It's been drama. And so we will analyze the impact this has had on policy changes and shifts in donor funding, especially, thinking also of the Haki Group, which probably has a wide range of this kind of funding, and how this has impacted patient care and delivery. And we will also, have a discussion on the practical recommendations for building, resilience and, having a system that is able to absorb some of these shocks moving forward, and the solutions to the current challenges we're having with healthcare financing. And so I think I can start with the Haki group. So, I'm sure you've had a long history of donor funding partners within your work. What could you say, has been the biggest issue that you've experienced over the last many years, and coming to this year where we've seen visibly the big challenges with the US funding? What are the biggest challenges that you could say that you faced with this?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. As you introduced me, my name is Charles Ogutu. I work for an organization in Kibera. This is a PBO, Public Benefit Organization. For the longest time I've served in the organization, we've implemented different projects with different funding. And of late, what has really happened in the organization, and first, before I say, I can recognize whoever invited me. Thank you so much. Charles Bange, thank you so much for connecting to Anne. Nelly, thank you so much. What has really happened in the funding landscape? So far, for the longest time I've been here, or I've run the organization, I've run with different funding from different donor. And as the CEO and the founder of organization, I have different experience from both local donor and international donor. The exact what has been happening entirely in projects running at grassroots level entirely depends on donor funding. And all along, we've been depending on international donor to be able to fund projects around HIV, around psychosocial support. Right now, we are doing much in economic empowerment and advocacy. The challenge has been, the positive challenge has been so successful to the extent that we've never thought of tapping into local resources. But of late, what happened just of the other day, after the funding was frozen, honestly, it has a lot of impact, not only at grassroots level, that is Mama Wanjiko, Ama Mama Mboga, but I know it affects the whole cadre from state actors, non-state actors, the local NGOs, to the grassroots level. How has it impacted this? As organization, you look at the health system, the lowest cadre are CHPs, community health promoters. As much as they are in the government system, but the so-called token they are given by government is not enough to sustain them. And therefore, they've entirely depended on organizations like Haki so that they can be able to have a supplementary on what they get from the government. So when these funded were frozen, one thing we laid them off. And therefore, there's this link between community and service providers. Because all along they've been the bridge to be able to identify the gaps, share with us, then we share with the research institution and donor partners. One, we've laid them off, and therefore, the beneficiary at grassroots level, that person who depends on information from CHP about taking ARVs, about malaria, about, of course, HIV information, now we are not connected. And therefore, it is an impact because we cannot be able to sustain them in organization. And especially organizations that have been funded by USAID, PEPFAR funding. That is a challenge number one, getting access to information, getting access of treatment, getting access to ARVs, And now moving to the next level of health facility. Could be maybe KNH are still giving 3 months medications, on ARVs. But walk into other facilities who are depending on donor funding. Right now, they are giving like peanuts, sorry to say, because you are given 1 month, because we are certain of, we don't know what will happen. We are not very sure. We cannot be able to give 3 months. What does this tell the Mama Wanjiko? What does this tell the Mama Mboga at grassroots level? What does this tell the person who now depends on going to the facility after 3 months? Then they're like, wow, what is this? So that is impact number 2. In economic impact, or let's say at non-state actors, so many organizations depends on donor funding in terms of conducting data collection, in terms of analyzing data to be able to ascertain the level we are getting changes out of the services we are getting. So with all this now, there's no funding. Now getting data, collecting data and analyzing data becomes a problem. And this also, we have organizations who are depending on donor funding. They cannot now be able to do the data collection. They cannot be able to analyze data because they were laid off.
I do hear that.
Yes.
Sorry. My mic. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So and I can hear three issues. You know, that the patient is no longer getting the service or the product, and people have been laid off. So the breadwinner in families is gone, and we no longer have data to actually inform our healthcare planning anyway. And so these were all pillars, you know, provided by the donors. And you know, Mike, you know, coming to you, you know, a few years ago, I was seated in a panel like this, and we were talking about how we need to move. We were talking about the HIV, you know, the integration work that needs to happen with the primary care system that we have. And you know, I kept asking people, you know, you're telling us to do integration, but the most consistent funding we've had for decades is donor funds. Government funding has been the most unpredictable, you know. And then we are faced in January of 2025 where we have, you know, what seems to be a very difficult process. How would you lay, or what would be your focus on how we need to structure healthcare financing in the country, especially for these very many vertical programs that you have like HIV?
Daktari, this is...
Oh, and then we...
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is a turnaround point for our nation, especially in health sector.
Mm-hmm.
It is a turnaround point because now the policymakers need now to look at how do we revise our policies. Look at the universal health coverage policy. What does it entail? Go down and look at the implementation framework of the policy. Our country is depending on donor funding, and therefore, in terms of budget allocation, they've not really concentrated into giving a lot of funds into the health sector. Take a typical example of the supplementary budget 2024-2025 financial year. The supplementary budget of about 122 billion, 18 billion was given to education, if I'm not wrong, and only 7 was given to health. Why? Because all along the donor funding has been supplementary to our system. And remember, health as in the SDG is an entitlement. So the government right now, it is a call-up call that we now need to change our design and be able to tap into local resources. How do we empower? Take another typical example of, if you hear of Equity Bank, apart from bank keeping money, what else? Wings to fly, right? Yes. Which institution or corporate institution that allocates fund, either both international and locally, in to be able to support health? Apart from maybe Safaricom Foundation, that now chips in terms of infrastructure. and maybe personnel, but not helping the grassroots people to be able to access services. So this is one point that is a turnaround that we now need to change our policy and focus on how do we tap into local resources and how do policymakers allocate budget into health.
Mulongo, is this a view that you share? We should now start thinking about local philanthropies too?
You can hear me? Maybe not.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Thank you. So even before we get to local philanthropy, governments exist particularly for provision or safeguarding social welfare. And social welfare, critical to that is actually health, education, security. But let's focus on health. And I'm happy with what he has said, that January in itself was a critical moment because, as you were saying, a couple of years ago, you were talking about, in a panel, talking and theorizing around transition and around integration. Perhaps January was a switch that not just Kenya, but Africa and many developing countries needed for the government to actually rise to the occasion and begin doing what they ought to do for a fact. Yeah. It is a sad point because there are downsides to it, just as he has elaborated. But then looking at it from now a country perspective, number one, before we go even to the philanthropy, what are governments doing? A good example that I will use is, SHA are still in the room. If you went to the benefits package and you looked for HIV care, TB care, and vaccines, you will notice that they are categorized as vertically funded programs. So there is no significant provision by government for those because those have been left to the donors. So government must then begin reflecting on how to rise to the occasion and take that role in terms of, one, what are our budgetary allocations? By all intents and purposes, if you check what our allocations to health have been, they have been below what we call their budget target of 15%, all along, less than 10% of the government budget. If you're looking at the size of the economy, the GDP, the target should be 5% of the GDP on a minimum. We've been doing less than 2% of the GDP. January was a switch that perhaps we needed to help us awake in terms of improving or increasing the quantum amounts. And we have the capacity. And how do I say so? PEPFAR has been the main funder of HIV care in the country, including the community level activities that he has mentioned. And in the last cycle, I think they were giving about 52 billion Kenya shillings towards the HIV response in Kenya. If I was to use the estimates of the former president, that on a daily basis, Kenya loses 2 billion shillings to corruption. We only need to be free of corruption for just 25 days. And then we fund what HIV, what USAID, or what PEPFAR is funding for HIV. And that's just an example. Yeah. So that's one in terms of increasing the budgetary allocations. And then the other component is actually on efficiency. We are wasting so much through corruption and through just inefficiencies within the service provision, that if we are able to address the inefficiencies within the healthcare system, the wastages, then there's a lot more, because the question is not just more money for health, but also more health from the money that we have. Are we spending well? So those are the two things. And in terms of just addressing these two things, we must not then silo ourselves within healthcare. We must look at the broader ecosystem, because the resources that come to health do not just come from anywhere. They come from the economy. So if we are in debt distress, if we are not having good tax administration, if we certainly the cake will be too small so that the pie that gets to health is little. But if we strengthen our public finance management systems so that how we mobilize the resources, whether it is we are getting debt or whether we are mobilizing through taxes, And everyone keeps on complaining about taxes, or we have been made to complain about them. But I think as a country, our biggest struggle is not that people fear taxes. People don't trust the system because they have not seen those taxes work for them. There was reference to the NHS system in the UK. So people would be glad to pay their taxes because you've seen the value it's adding to your life, the benefit you're drawing from paying that tax. And that is a bit that I think now government needs to also focus on, building trust, even in how they're utilizing our taxes, so that then when they ask for more, we will not be shy of paying because we are seeing where that tax is going to. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks so much for that, Mike. And the two views, I think, bring me to Dr. Kinuthia. Give us a sense of the kind of research funding we have and how research money impacts, patient care delivery. And just to add something small, when was the last time you applied for a local grant provided by, a local foundation or the local government here?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mugo, for the question. The research we are conducting in KNH, rather than the small pilot studies that we support hospital staff and also the faculty from University of Nairobi and the students to undertake, the bulk of those studies are externally funded. In fact, our studies, about 80% of them actually US government funded. So basically, this change in policy from the US government, looking inwards, America first and all that, has a lot of implication for continued research within the country. A lot of the studies we've done are actually HIV related, and that is to some extent based on the training program, because we have a training program which was focused on building capacity for the HIV response. So we find that that way we've picked people who have interest in HIV, who end up now, once they have been trained, they write grants in that area. Myself, I was part of that program. Yourself, you are part of that program, and many others also, both at KNH and University of Nairobi. The studies you've conducted have actually impacted in terms of care, because we address problems that are real. When we see those calls for application, we go back and figure out within our context what are the specific areas that are important. For example, myself, I'm interested in prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV. And from our study, we have found that the number of new infections of HIV during pregnancy and during breastfeeding is high. So we come up and ask ourselves, well, so what can we do? The issue of PrEP comes up. Can we provide PrEP during pregnancy, during this breastfeeding period, when the women are at increased risk of HIV transmission? And if we say yes, we can, then we ask ourselves, how do we provide the PrEP within these facilities, because it's a new product? As we are saying, implementation science is about, we have an effective intervention, how do we get it taken up? So that's the kind of studies we've done. And there have been other studies thinking about the mental health. Right now, we are trying to figure out, yes, we know mental health bring about issues in terms of adherence. So how do we provide this mental health within our system? So that those are the kind of studies that we've been addressing. But just to digress a bit, I think we have focused on, I totally agree with my two colleagues, the issues they have brought forth and the impact of those funding suspensions. And also about the need for local resources. But I think the part I would also want to add is, what is our role, us who are here and everyone else each of these Kenyans, each one of us, Kenyans and Africans, what is our role in ensuring that when we are talking about what the government should do, that the government does that? Because I feel like we are very passive. We talk about what the government should do, but we don't talk about what are we going to do to ensure that the government does what we expect the government to do. And how do we hold the government accountable when things don't work out? How do we elect the people who represent us? Do we elect people who have a track record of advocacy for fighting for rights? Or do we just pick somebody because they come and give us small handouts? And I think as Kenyans, as Africans, I think that's an area we have to relook. That when we have this power, when we have this opportunity to pick people to represent us, we don't pick people to represent us. We pick the person who is able, if you are to think about what they give us with what we expect, then it means that we basically, and I think that's why we are in the situations where we are. And I think that is a change we must take. In as much as we'll be saying the government needs to give more funds. We've been talking about 15% forever. Yeah, isn't it? It doesn't change. Every election cycle, we go and elect people who have no idea that health should get 15% of the budget. And unless we change that, that won't change. Sorry for that digression, but I thought it was important to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are now coming to a close because I know time moved. In closing, just in your 1 minute of closing, are the right people on the table? I know there's now the new finance, that bill that we'll now be discussing. And there's also the discussion about the budget for health. Are you represented in those discussions? Are you on those tables that discuss these things as experts in these areas? Do you feel like you are on this table? Yeah, we can start. 1 minute.
Thank you. One thing I would want to answer Daktari here is, yes, we make mistakes year in, year out in terms of whom do we elect as policymakers. But again, in forums like these ones, do we invite policymakers and they get to hear all this? Because as civil society out there, we are doing a lot in social accountability. We are doing a lot in areas of advocacy so that some policies can be implemented and can be put in place. But again, we don't get these forums where now we tell the policymakers that this is the effect of what is happening. We need to be done this way. So that is the start point. They'll go into the parliament and they'll be able to say we did public participation. I'm sure if you ask this audience, how many participated in the last public participation? Maybe 1 or 2. Then meaning already our mindset has been public policy is a rubber stamp just for the policymakers to go and pass this in the parliament. And then by the end of the day, we are the sufferers. So we need to educate our people. We need to sensitize our people that, come on, we need to participate in all this. And if you see Charles there in terms of advocacy, pushing for agenda, line behind me so that we can be able to say, yes, we are behind this. And such dialogues, community dialogues, we need to involve them. That is one. Number 2, according to your question is, yes, we are, as organizations, as civil society organizations, we participate a lot in areas of policy formulations, in agenda setting. Like now they need to review the health policy and review the implementation framework. We are engaged. But at what point, at a given point, we miss what we had shared in a forum, you find everything is changed. So we get stigmatized. If Charles becomes vocal, then he's marked. And now I need to hide behind or send members of community that, come on, let's go push for this. And that's how we organize community dialogues. And to some extent, in some of the areas we worked on, I worked in Kawangware, I worked in Kibera and Langata. There are some areas that we pushed, engaging the policymakers, and of course we saw changes.
So we need just to scale up. Yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that challenge that you pose as far as accountability is concerned. And I think we are heading to that period, and I want to make reference to a magical moment for this country, and I think it will be remembered for ages. June 25th last year marked a significant change as far as accountability and the citizen's voice is concerned in policy making in our country. You are aware, or you might have noticed, that even the government as we speak is jittery around releasing the finance bill of 2025. Why? Because there was a shift in power, and that power must be maintained in terms of now citizen holding the government accountable. And so you asked, are we on the table as the discussions are happening? Of course, he's mentioned that one of the biggest challenges has been meaningful engagement. And I think also John, he's left, meaningful engagement. And if you remember during the proceedings, the court rulings around SHA, even itself, SHA, Housing Levy, Finance Bill 2022, the concern has always been public participation, meaningful public participation. The beauty of this is, and I think it's Feroz Norji who says, you're keeping a record. So all these things are making a mark in the history of accountability for this country. And I think it's just now for the public to continue agitating so that then their voice is actually respected. Kivutha Kibwana yesterday said that where the country is headed, if the Gen Z decide to go out again, no one will be able to stop them. What that means, it's a signal from even the political class that they are aware that the citizens are taking charge as far as policy is concerned. But finally, there are many structures that exist to amplify the voice, or that can be used to amplify the voice of a patient in decision-making and policy-making. Healthcare in itself is devolved. So the question is, with the new structures that have come in, whether it is at the community level, whether it is the primary care network advisory committees that have been established, whether it is the county healthcare management teams, or the benefit package, the advisory panel at the national level, are we seizing those opportunities? Because those are opportunities for the decision or for the voice of the patient to be heard. Of course, we've said everyone is a potential patient, but most often those who sit in those committees don't sit there in their heart as patients. They sit in those seats in their hearts as technocrats. So can we be active enough to ensure that we seize those opportunities and have the voices of the patients as patients heard in the policy making, not just the Gen Z say stories are jabba, but meaningful engagement. Thank you very much.
No, I totally agree with what he has said, that in the end, it has to be meaningful engagement, not a tick box. This was done. But was there really a conversation? And do those presentations, do those representations make a difference? Do they influence? Not just to listen to all the things. Then when it comes to summarize, we say, oh, everybody has agreed with what we had said. Yet what we had in those public participation was different from the report we are given. So it has to be meaningful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In summary, what I've had, we may have had disruptions in policy elsewhere, in donor funding, but the solutions have always been with us, and it's our systems that we need to correct. Whether the donor funds will come or not come, I think the solutions, I think, are in how we create our systems. A big clap for our panel today. Okay, yeah, we can take one question, or a contribution from the team. Yeah, the back there, lady in white. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, panelists, for that very much engaging conversation. My name is Brenda. I'm a Senior Public Health Officer at KNH. I would wish to say that as a country, we have very, I would call them top-notch policies. I've been privileged to sit in national forums in terms of creating policies. And even the previous panelist was talking about a new bill coming in. And there was an aspect of taking care of the patient care. But I would say there is a very big gap between the policies that sit in our boardroom and the implementation that is happening on the ground. So how are we going to bridge that gap? Because like Dr. has said, Dr. Kinuthia, right now we are supposed to have at least 15%, of the budget going to health, but that is not happening. So even when you come back to the ground and engage us and we give our views, the community go to the community, they participate, and you can even consider their inputs and bring it in the report and have a report that has considered their views. But we all know when it comes to implementation, that is where the problem comes. So how do we bridge that gap between the policies that we formulated and the implementation on the ground? Thank you.
I'm very glad you asked that question to the implementation scientists.
I think for me, what I would say is just echoing what he said. We have the power, but we don't use that power. And until we start using the power we have, then things will not change. If we held our members of parliament accountable, that when we're having these discussions, we want to know about what they will do towards health and not handouts. The MPs should not be the ones to build hospitals for us. That is a work for somebody else. Them is to legislate and to ensure the oversight. If we held them to that responsibility, we move from that culture. We start saying, what is your contribution? Did you hold the government accountable? Then it will make a difference. Then people will make sure that things happen. Otherwise, so long as we have this confusion in roles, where we expect the MP to come and build us roads, build us hospitals, instead of ensuring that the people who are given that responsibility actually do that work. So long as that is our expectation, and so long as when it comes to the voting time, we forget what we want and we see these short-term things, then we'll not change. There was a clip that was going around last week about this CEO of a gas company from Vietnam, who was saying in Kenya, even our leadership, they talk very well, they talk nice things, but implementation, hakuna, isn't it? But the leadership reflects us. So it is us who have to change. Before they change, we must change. And until we change, they will never change. But the minute we start holding them accountable, the minute somebody launches a project and we clap and all the trucks move, and the next time we are still there to go and launch it again, so long as that happens, why will they change? You must ask yourself that question. We must change, all of us. Thank you.
Maybe just to add on what Dr. has said, and I'll give it a lens as a trainer in advocacy. And at every point, we train civil society organization, PBOs, to be able to engage the policymakers on implementation of the policies. Actually, I was in a forum in Uganda, and Kenya is marked as one of the best countries with policies. But apparently, they are not implemented. So as a trainer, we always focus much on how do we engage civil society organizations to be able to push government to implement this. Because the policies are made, they are very nice, but they are kept in themselves. They are not seeing the light of the day. Why? Because there's nobody who is pushing for the implementation of the policies. Hence, we remain suffering. And you look at public participation policy. I'll repeat that. We as grassroots organization working with the communities, at a given point, the community go to participate there for handouts, but they don't push for the agenda. Finally, you find what is being raised in legislation is not what exactly was pushed. So it lies with us. It is me and you to be able to push for the policy implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see jitters around time, but maybe 2 points. I fully agree. And let's not go too far. Why is Makueni standing out? Why is Moranga County standing out? Yet we are in the same context where health budgets at the national levels are not adequate. Yet something magical is happening as we speak in Moranga County. The point I'm passing across is leadership matters. The other thing is accountability, and the Gen Z word for accountability is anguka nayo.
All right, thank you so much. Another round of applause for our team. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Cyrus, and your team. Brenda, thank you for introducing that subject. We have in our space in research today people who announce fantastic research outcomes, but they do not implement them or they do not translate to a better outcome. So we are moving to a space where we are talking about from the bench to the bedside. What is this research helping the people who have funded it, who have facilitated that particular research to take place? And the same thing, we talk about the policies that we have all fashioned and put in place in the country, which we are told gain a lot of dust because too much intelligence goes into some of these things. At this point, just a brief word from Dr. Paul Mbuvi on infection prevention. Yep, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know it's almost lunchtime. So first, I want us to give a very good round of applause to the team that was here. And we're going to do it Kama government. Sindio? Yeah, you know, in government, you don't just clap when you finish something. You have to do it with style. So I want to show you something. It looks like it's about to rain. So we're going to do something called Manyunyu. I'll put the mic down so that I can demonstrate, and then you'll all have to do it. And you'll all have to stand up when you have to do it. Agreed? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so when it starts raining, the rain usually starts very, okay? Then increases, and then you have your thunder, another thunder, and then it continues raining, and then it goes down. We're good. Excellent. Yeah, so now we need to do it practically. That was an example. Simameni. Okay, this one now we're doing it for all the panelists who are here from morning, all the things that we have learned today. I think this has been very fruitful. And also to you for attending. So we want to do that now and we make it passionate. Najua bado hamjakula, so let's use the little glucose we have because we'll replace it afterwards. Sindio? Haya. Manyunyu. Getting louder. Thunder. Again. Go, Manyunyu. And then increase, continue, louder, thunder. Another one. Thank you so much. Yeah, as you heard, my name is Dr. Mutua Mbuvi. I am the head of the Infection Prevention and Control Unit, which is housed under the Healthcare Quality. And Patient Affairs is our sister unit. And as you can see, there are nice colors there. I tried to match my shirt with the yellow, but minimal no so bad in a match. So we are good. So on the 5th of May, we have the World Hand Hygiene Day. And one of the things that we've been discussing here is about making patient-centered care affordable. So how does IPC come in? The things that we do as IPC, in regards especially to hand hygiene, allow us to be able to prevent things like healthcare-associated infections and prevent multi-drug resistant organisms from spreading in the hospital. So when you do proper hand hygiene and you're able to prevent healthcare associated infections, how does this impact on the patient safety and on patient-centered care in regards to affordability? If you're able to prevent healthcare associated infections, it means we are reducing our average length of stay of our patients within the hospital. If you're able to do proper hand hygiene, it means any patient who by mistake gets a multi-drug resistant organism, we will not transfer it to another patient. And number two, by preventing these MDROs from spreading, it means you're preventing our patients from having to incur additional costs in terms of other tests that they need to do. You need to do your blood cultures, other cultures, and then now you need to put them on other stronger antibiotics, which also cost money. So before we go for lunch, I'm going to take you through what we call the 5 moments of hand hygiene, and then I will show you how, as healthcare workers, you're supposed to sanitize your hands. Si ile tu ya kwenda kuweka mkono kwa maji hivi then paper towel and you walk away. So we'll do the proper one, okay? So I will ask my team to just bring about some bottles of sanitizer, some ABHR to pass them around. So for the healthcare workers in this space, in terms of the hand hygiene moments, there are 5 that you need to remember. So there are 2 that we do before we meet the patient, and then there are 3 that we do after. So the first 2 that we do is you have to sanitize or you have to do a hand hygiene procedure before you get near the patient, before you come to the patient. The second one is before any procedure that you have to do to your patient, you have to ensure you have done your hand hygiene. Then the other 3 that follow. After the procedure, you have to wash your hands. Now, the one which we noticed healthcare workers do the most is when they get exposed to any fluids. Kitu yoyote kikumwagikia as a healthcare worker, you will wash your hands, and then they will sanitize, and then they will add methylated spirit on top, as in proper coverage. That one you have seen, it's excellent. People will do it very well after spills or after getting into contact with body fluids or anything like that. But the one we noticed where people do not even bother at all is after touching any patient surrounding. People don't care. We go, we touch patient files, we read them, we leave them there, and we go to eat. You come around the patient, you move the blanket or something, you're trying to examine them, you forget to sanitize after that, you walk away. That is how we spread infections. Remember, healthcare-associated infections, these microorganisms do not walk. We are the ones who move them from point A to point B. So if you don't do proper hand hygiene, that is what the results will be. More patients staying in the hospital, average length of stay increases, and all these things. So now, again, another demonstration which you just take. Ideally, you're supposed to do your hand hygiene for about 40 to 60 seconds. Sawa? Okay, so I hope kila mtu anapatiwa sanitizer. I don't know, on this side, kuna ingine inapita. Then remember, when you're pouring the sanitizer on your hand, remember the way you cup your hand like this? Inafaa ijae. Put enough. Don't put, msijinyime. Sanitizer yiko. So, yeah, you need to put enough so that you can actually do all the steps that you need to do for your hands. So we will demonstrate, and then you guys can follow, and then we can continue the rest of the program. Hata mimi nipewe sanitizer uko nayo pale. Okay, so you get your sanitizer, make sure you get enough of it. Okay, so yeah, you can point to the other hand. So the first thing you do is you rub your hands together. Okay? Then you can do that, you can be counting to 5, you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then interlace your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then now your knuckles. So you do this, hold your hands like this, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then now you come to your thumb. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The other thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then hapa kwa palm sasa. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The other hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then now you go to your wrist. Same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your other wrist, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then if you have a ring, you still have to do the same. So just move it around so that it also gets a bit of the sanitizer. Sawa sawa. We're good up to there. That is the technique. And you're sure not many people do that. Truth or am I? Yes, we just usually do this and then we're done. So, okay, so that was the demonstration. I hope you have been able to get it. Or you want us to do it one more time? You see, oh yeah, now we do the real one. Haya, sawa. Kila mtu sanitizer inazunguka iko wapi sasa? Tufanye tu hivyo bila. Haya. Okay, so we start again. So, remember, hands together. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then interlace your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then hands together, your knuckles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then your thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then your other thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your wrist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you have a ring, same thing. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And thank you so much. Yes, thank you. That was from IPC. So, Dr. Harry, you can continue. Thank you so much.
We had COVID, and Paul didn't come. And they gave us small little bars of soap and told us, wash your hands. That one thing that happened during COVID, we did not have rain. We had drought, but all taps had water. Today we have rain and we don't have water. So I'm not sure where we are falling through. But KNH is manufacturing this sanitizer. So on your way out, please purchase some. That's a feedback from me. Thank you, Paul. I want to ask another Paul to come and speak about something that we've been doing today, the posters. But as he comes, I want to ask 3 people to stand up. Khadija Mohammed, where is she? Khadija? Mary? Where are the young ones? Where are the young girls of mine? Rhoda, where are you hiding the girls? Khadija, please come to the front. And where is Mary? And where is Samora as well? So behind all those heavyweights you've seen in front here talking, delivering programs and making policy statements, we also have our own Gen Zs who have been running what you've been seeing on the screen and making sure the programs runs around. You've seen them coming around to consult and run around with us. So we want to thank you for your contribution. Tomorrow we will not be here. This will be your luggage to carry. Thank you very much. Paul?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. All protocols observed. I'm very pleased that the last session was on research, and Dr. Kinobi has challenged us that he has some money that we can go and do some of the researches and not just concentrate on the what we do on a daily basis as healthcare workers, but we need to concentrate more on the patient-centered side. This is our 4th annual patient-centered, patient and family-centered care symposium. We started, the first one was a small session. We just took 2 hours. So you see we are growing. It is becoming more and more engaging. So in this 4th patient and family-centered symposium, we asked for people to submit their abstract. The time was short, that one we can attest, and we were able to receive a number of them. And today, you guys were voting on which one makes sense in terms of being patient-centeredness, and some of the themes that we were looking at were on clinical communication, patient and family-centered care, individualized care, care coordination, quality improvement, patient experience, what you've been hearing here the whole day. Artificial intelligence in patient care, patient journey mapping, which is a new kid in the block, clinical ethics, multidisciplinary care coordination, training of healthcare workers, I think has been attested here, and informed consent. And with all this and your votes that you have given us as the returning officer, I want to announce who has won, and the Prof will do the honors of presenting those certificates. So I'll start with number 3. And thanks also for including that through your votes, and it's becoming more and more broad. So the third best abstract was on spirituality and health, implication for holistic person-centered healthcare. This is by Reverend John Weger et al. Here at KNH. So somebody to pick for Reverend Weger? Somebody from our nursing? Andala. Yes. So a round of applause again.
Just a minute. So this is a patient-centered committee initiative. Our role today was to make the patient's journey more comfortable and have a positive feedback and outlook. That honor of thanking the people who are doing all this research and handing over those certificates, we give it to Patrick Nyongesa, who's been with us the whole day today. Thank you for accepting that.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patrick, and thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. The second best abstract, I think you have all heard, as healthcare workers, we need to be patient-centered. And actually from us as patient affairs, this is one of the challenges that we face when we talk to our fellow colleagues about patient-centeredness. And through voting, you have agreed that we need to optimize skills mix and enhance patient-centeredness through training. This was a study by Nancy Odinga et al. From Cambridge. She's not with us. She was not feeling well, but somebody from Cambridge or any research institution can receive. Thank you so much. And finally, what you've been all waiting for, and through your votes, a round of applause for our first best abstract. A round of applause, please. This is one of our neighbors who took actually this idea from a patient-centered symposium, and they have actualized it and actually did a study on it. They are doing a pilot on a training on patient-centeredness. This is enhancing patient-centered care through healthcare training evaluation of training for patient-centered care at Kenya Medical Training College by Rusi et al. Somebody from KMTC? Somebody from KMTC to receive the certificate on behalf of Rusi? KMTC, our neighbor, our good neighbor. Alumni of KMTC. We are all alumni, majority of us. Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paul and Patrick. You want to say something?
Good afternoon. I really appreciate for kila mtu yeyote ambao amekuwa mahali hapa kwa sababu ya time yenye ametumika. Mungu amrejeshe. Na nashukuru kwa wale madaktari ambao wamesimama pamoja nami, siwezi kosa kuwashukuru. And Paul, umekuwa wengine hata wenye sijaona, Lucy, I really appreciate. Thank you so much. May Almighty God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Rhoda, please. It's been a long day. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here and tolerating us through this afternoon session. I will now hand over the program to the owner of actually this particular sessions that we've been through the whole day. God bless you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Dr. Chokwe. He's done a fantastic job. Asante sana. We're not going to vote of thanks. We just want to do a few takeaways. And I'd love this to come from the audience. Some of you have been here since morning. Others have joined us as the day has continued. So please, a few takeaways. What are we taking home with us today? Few hands. You want to say something? You take home? Okay. Any take home today? SHA is working. Very good. Somebody else? That's a very good take home. And it's good to hear patients say that it is working. You know, sometimes we don't believe until we hear it. So yes, that is a very good take home. Another one that we've gotten from today's forum, can either ask for a mic or just shout it out. All feedback is good, yes.
Yes, I was to say appreciating both negative and positive feedback. Yeah.
Yes, we need to appreciate both negative and positive feedback, and all feedback is good. One last one. Patient is patient, not a client. Thank you very much. And not a customer. Thank you very, very much. There's one more.
Meaningful engagement.
Yes, that's a very powerful that we all need to take home with us.
Okay, we have been told that to say good things of KNH, not all bad things. Thank you.
Very much. Yes, we've been told speak the good, broadcast the good that happens in your organization. Where?
At the front.
Sorry.
Hi, I really like that comment about more money for our health, more health for our money, and more health for the money that we have.
Thank you very much. One last one. Yes. No feedback should be ignored. Yes, and also staff empowerment. Thank you. Thank you very much. My take home from today has been something I observed. There's a lot that I've listened and I've taken quite a lot from today's sessions. And today's observation, I think, was the most powerful one. Creating inclusive spaces for everybody. And accessibility, today we're talking about access, but there's one of our participants who had challenges accessing the venue. And let's create inclusive spaces for everybody. Thank you. Anne?
Thank you. I would like to invite the director first before I give a vote of thanks. If you have something to say, and then.
Yeah, it is said that leaders should never lack words. And so I'm being tested here. Should not lack words. Great. Thank you very much for coming. KNH delights in supporting. There's a last bit of our mission, which is supporting national policy. So on matters patient-centeredness and quality of care, we have endeavored to learn and grow together and support national policy. And so this was a very great platform for that to happen. We have picked new things, nuances of things we already knew, but now we see how they're happening. And we are glad that private sector, public sector, mission-based, the training institution, in one way or another, were involved. And so we endeavor to keep this fire burning. When we leave here, we continue looking for ways. We've been told even to be innovative in how to be patient-centered. And today, the feedback was one of the practical ways that we will not tire. As KNH, we have had. Our motto is we listen, we care. So we have had, we are vulnerable enough. I hope you heard some of the very positive remarks about KNH and some that were not as positive. So we take it in stride. We're here to learn and to learn together. It's called organizational learning at that high level, but there is no organization that stands by itself. It is you, Diana, who is part of that organization. It is Violet here. It is our brother in the choir there. So let us continue being a learning health system, a learning health facility as KNH. And at the same time, we welcome you to continue onboarding all the facilities that are represented here, that you may learn together, to listen better to our patients, and to add more value to them, to improve. Nyongesa, we have had. We welcome the stakeholders who could hear better on SHA issues and others. CAJ, we have had, and indeed we will respond. We will improve. Utapata mikakati ambayo tutaweka as an institution. We were very honored that you took half of your day here and got permission or made arrangements for your coverage to be here. We don't take that for granted. On behalf of the KNH management, allow me just to say asante. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Kutoi. I will not add onto what she has said, but I'll just appreciate everyone who came, who found time to come. We had over 20 institutions and organizations presented here. We had, of course, KNH, Renal Patient Society of Kenya, Kirinyaga University, Texas Cancer Center, University of Nairobi, ENT Support Group, Metropolitan Hospital, MAP-MR, Tunu Consultants, Ludan Hospital, Pagadi Hospital, Nairobi City Hospital, Kivuli Dispensary, Equity Afya, TUK, that is Technical University of Kenya, Third Park Hospital, MP Shah Hospital, SME Business Magazine. Now these are media institutions that were that joined us. The Star, News Time TV, and then we had the National Police Service. I would like us to put our hands together and give a a round of applause and a serious clap to all these institutions that could really release their people to come and be with us. Ile ya kilo. 1, 2, 3. Moja, mbili, funga, fungua. We had representation from Makueni County. We had now representation from Nairobi County. Online, we had other counties represented. Meru was there. We had Kisumu. Yes, those were the represented counties. We had sponsors who sponsored a few of our things that we had, materials that we had. We had a sponsor by the name Health Focus, Computech. They sponsored our dummy patient charter printing. And we also had Kmart Housing that did the pens, the very beautiful pens that you have, saying thank you to all of you for coming. And as you walk out, Kmart is there. They have some merchandise that, some buildings that they would want you to buy, some land. You can see one of them is seated outside there if you'd want to do that. I think we can put our hands together for the counties and those institutions that really found time to be with us. Just clap, Rasha Rasha. Yeah, thank you very much. And of course, I want to say a very big thank you to our panelists, our moderators. Our panelists, we just knocked their doors and they accepted. None of them is being paid by KNH. It's just a thank you. And I think we need to give them, I think, kilo tena, panelists. 1, 2, 3. Tena. Funga. Asanteni sana. We can't thank you more. We would like to thank the patient-centered committee for giving us input on how to put this together, led by our own director and deputized by Professor Chokwe. I think we need to give them a serious clap. Thank you very much for your valuable, invaluable inputs on how to do this. Please put your hands together for the committee. Asanteni sana. Would like to thank our choir, our beautiful choir, for coming to give us some breaks. Very beautiful melodies. Thank you. You can also give them a clap for being here. Want to thank our host, Dr. Kinuthia. Thank you for beautiful grounds. Thank you for the facilities that you've given to us, power, internet, your support team. I think we can give Kinuthia kilo. 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. I would like also to say a big thank you to the patients, our patients, not our clients, our patients. Thank you, Patrick, for coming. Brian, thank you for coming. The team from ENT, I feel appreciated. Your input it has been taken, your sentiments and your concerns have been noted, and I'm sure something will be done. I think you can give them kilo. Thank you. I think that is a reflection that they get good services from Kenyatta. I think we can make the good services better and best. Yes, and excellent. We are aiming for excellence. Yeah. If I don't say thank you to the management of Kenyatta National Hospital, I'll be making a mistake. Thank you very much. You take this to our CEO and the management of KNH for the support. Through the director, it's called AID, Affiliation and Institutional Development, Director Mbogo, was able to give us the budget for this. And I think we can also give them a clap for the management and also aid, the division of aid. Thank you very much. We want to lastly say thank you to, I will say thank you to the catering team for the food. It's been beautiful, it's been nice. And I think we have enjoyed, haven't we? And we are still going to have some lunch. Breakfast, break time, and lunch. That is quite something. Put your hands together for them. Lastly, I want to thank God for giving us a good weather and for giving us health, because there are many people who would want to sit here and they are not able to. To God be the glory. Give God, no, you don't give God such a clap. I think you stand. You stand and you clap and allulations and all that. Let us go. Thank you very much. And now, yes, but we will pray first, then the national anthem, or the other way around. We pray first, then the national anthem. And I'll give this to Violet to do the honors. Dr. Violet. Thank you.
Twasema, Baba twasema, Mwokozi twasema, asante, ewe Mungu Baba twasema, Mwokozi twasema, Mungu kweli tunasema, asante, ewe Mungu wangu. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, King of kings and Lord of lords, we worship you, we adore you, we magnify your name. What a wonderful day you have given us together here as healthcare workers, as KNH, as our friends, stakeholders, as people who drive the agenda of health in this country, and people whom we take care of, including ourselves, who are often patients of one another, oh God, for the people that we serve in this nation, Lord, and even people represented from the training institutions and everywhere who have come together that we talk about giving patient and family-centered care. Father, we are grateful for the time we've had together, the lessons we have learned, the issues we have discussed. We place them all into your hands. We ask you, Father, that your blessing would be upon us as we end this symposium. We also pray, my Father, that you may bless the food that we are going to partake of, my Father, and even as when people are traveling back home, Father, would you grant them journey mercies. We give all glory, honor, and thanks to you, and we pray, my Father, that wherever you have placed us, we'd continue to be instruments of your healing and of your excellence. For it is in the mighty name of Jesus' name do we pray and believe with thanksgiving. Amen. Amen.
Let us remain standing for the national anthem.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, yote tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Mwenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Najivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya